clever part. Conversation.
The rumen is the first compartment of a cow's stomach. It breaks down plant matter and also holds undigested food, but it couldn't hold me.
Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell, and we've got another first-time co-host today. If you've been active in the Donkey Kong universe or Rare fan community for the better part of the last decade, you might be familiar with him. Even if you've been a regular listener of this podcast, you'll recognize the name. You might also know him from his YouTube channel, Just Andre 92, where he famously translated the Kong Bananza theme around the time of Bananza's release. So, no surprise, I just gave it away. Please welcome to the show, Just Andre.
Yeah, if they listen to the Kongversation, they might know me. I'll go that far.
Yeah. I mean, you've called in, you've been active in the chat. I've said your name a few times over the years.
You are the reason that I chose the name Just Andre, because as a middle schooler, one night while browsing fanfiction.net, I was reading Godzilla stories and wanted to leave anonymous reviews, and so came up with the name Godzilla Guy. And that worked out well for me for a good decade until I heard it spoken out loud from being active in the chat and in the Stream of Thieves chat. And I know how Mamechi felt in the earlier seasons of the Kongversation, being like, oh, just call me Tony. So, yeah, Just Andre. I do not want to be referred to as anything but Just Andre.
Well, I will call you Just Andre every single time. I will never shorten it.
Yeah, you can't call me Andre.
No.
That's forbidden.
Yeah, we already had an Andre with DK Vine in the early years. So, yeah, you are the secondary Mark II Andre. Today we will be discussing Donkey Kong Bananza's post-game. Now, what does that mean for those who may not be familiar with Donkey Kong Bananza? Well, it means everything from the defeat of King K. Rool in New Donk City onward, up until the last moments we can squeeze new content out of the off-the-shelf retail edition of Bananza. So we are not touching the DLC yet. This is just Donkey Kong Bananza as it existed on July 17th, 2025. Now, I know that the post-game might not be the most alluring topic after the glamour and thrill of King K. Rool's return and everything that it entailed with the Kremlin crew. But, you know, the post-game I really wanted to do a separate episode on because I was surprised by how much I actually got into it, how much I love the post-game content for the most part. And I think that's just because by this point, I knew I absolutely cherished Donkey Kong Bananza. I thought Donkey Kong Bananza is definitely close to my favorite game of all time. And to be able to spend a longer amount of time with it, to get to go deeper, to get to play it longer, to experience more things, and most importantly to me, to see how that world has evolved from the start of the game, well, it was a treat. As far as my gaming tastes go, it was a treat that I am unaccustomed to, that I have never been afforded this almost secondary go-around of the entire landscape of Bananza. And there's a lot of ground to cover with the post-game. And honestly, I could have maybe even broken this up into two parts, but I thought, you know what, we will be succinct for once, as much as we can be, and we will go over the highlights of the post-game, the big things for sure. And we'll be getting into all the spoilers, but, maybe we won't get into the nitty-gritty, finer details of, say, every Bananza rehearsal. I don't think that's necessarily required or even that interesting to talk about. It's one of those things you just kind of have to experience for yourself. But we'll be touching upon everything. And of course, anything you want to bring up, just Andre, feel free to do so.
Yeah, I did not agree beforehand to be succinct. You said during the recording of the previous episode that you told me not to do with this episode what you and Courtney did to the previous two, and that's the end user license agreement. That's not enforceable. I'm here, and you're trapped with me for what comes next.
Yeah, I feel like that's been the story of my life for the past 13 years. In fact, I am burned out. Can I just say up front, I am burned out. I am so tired. These Bananza episodes have drained the Bananergy from me, and I'm kind of on my last legs as a result, but I have enough energy, Bananergy, I have enough inertia to keep going at least through the post-game DLC, and then maybe I'll collapse for a bit and have a week-long nap. But, I'm still really enthused about Bananza, don't get me wrong. It's just been a surprising amount of effort to arrange these episodes, to record these episodes, to edit these episodes. And yeah, it's been completely worth it, though. It's been a game that deserves this amount of attention and respect. Happy to have something new to talk about after all of these years. And that's what we'll be talking about on this episode of The Kongversation. New things, even still, in Donkey Kong Bananza. So thank you for joining us. Before we start, again, I have to plug, as I always do, the DK Vine Patreon. The DK Vine Patreon has kept DK Vine's motors running for the past almost 12 years. No, it's been 10 years this year. Yeah, 10 years this year. Sorry. It has been keeping DK Vine going for a decade now. And since I've started doing this as my full-time job, as my only job, it has been crucial to keeping DK Vine's lights on. So I want to thank all of our patrons. And, of course, we live stream these episodes for our $5 and up patrons. So hello to our turnout today. We've got Traveler of the Stars, Chocolate Milk Drinker, Freezer, The Noipoi. We've got Courtney is back. I don't know why Courtney is coming back for more. I thought she would have hit her breaking point at the end of the last episode. Claire is there, March Rose. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Freezer. By my calculations, it should be 5:13 a.m. where you are right now, and you're still tuning in.
I would be asleep. If I had a choice between sleeping and doing this, Freezer, I would be in bed like 9 times out of 10. So I don't know what you're doing, but thank you for joining us.
Freezer says 6:13, so actually that's not impressive.
Yeah, okay, never mind then. Yeah. We are winding down the Bananza coverage here on The Kongversation. Not that we will ever be done talking about Bananza. We got a couple more episodes to go, but then we will be launching into the 30th anniversary of Donkey Kong Country 2. We'll be giving our full attention, or most of our attention, to the 30th anniversary of one of the most transformative games in our fandom. Towards the end of the year. We'll be mixing in some other topics as well before we wind the season down. I'm also going to be working on some other things around DK Vine. Finally going to be getting my written review of Bananza up. I've got a couple Bananza videos I am going to immediately start working on once we're done with the Bananza Kongversation episodes. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to be able to stop talking about Bananza as much on the podcast, but then incorporate Bananza into my other creative endeavors vis-a-vis DK Vine. I am so pumped to be getting back to video editing, and I have so many ideas for DKU lore tours that incorporate the Bananza mythology. My brain has been working overtime, kind of reconciling and augmenting everything we previously knew about Donkey Kong and the DKU and everything we know now. So, yeah, great stuff ahead, I promise you. Even if you have only joined us because of the Bananza episodes, I will have plenty more for your Bananza appetites in the weeks, months, and years to come. Let's be honest. But just Andre, do you have anything going on over in on your channel or in your life that you would like to share at the moment? Cool. I should point out, though, that Just Andre has recently penned an editorial for DK Vine. This went live just the other week. It was October 22nd. It's a guest editorial called I'm Afeared, Me, K. Rool in Donkey Kong Bananza. And yeah, so just full disclosure, Just Andre had written part of this or had expressed some of these thoughts in our DK Vine Inner Circle $25 and up Discord channel. And I read it and I was like, damn, that's really great writing. And I reached out to him and I said, hey, would you have any interest in maybe turning this into a full article on DK Vine? No pressure if you don't want to, but this is definitely worthy of preserving rather than being in the ephemeral nether regions of a Discord channel. And yeah, so we waited just a bit for us to get to the K. Rool bits of Bananza on the Kongversation. And then, yeah, we published it October 22nd. Definitely check it out. It's on dkvine.com. It's still on the main page. In fact, you can just scroll down and find it. But it's also linked in the Donkey Kong Bananza page on the games section. So check it out.
And what Hyle's leaving out is that it should have ended there. But when DMing about the logistics of turning it into a full article, Hyle mentioned, I'll think of some way to repay you beyond just, quote unquote, the exposure. And so I brought up an instance on one of the Patreon posts from a few years ago where Hyle said that he would get me on the Kongversation someday. As if just having my writings featured on the side and thought to be worthy of being featured on the site wasn't just the reward itself.
It's not much of a reward, trust me.
So the point is, listeners, if you want to be on the Kongversation, I only had to ask once and then remind him several years later. So if you want to get on, just pester him about it.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times a day until it happens. And if it doesn't work, then write stuff and tell him that he has to take credit for it, take responsibility for what you wrote. And you too can be the next Just Andre.
Yeah, well, I'm already losing track of all the Donkey Kongs and Paulines. I don't need even more Andres in my life. Thank you. But yeah, no, you make it sound like it was blackmail or something. No, but it was around that time I read that article that, I was trying to figure out who would be on the last string of episodes for Bananza. And I thought, Just Andre has some good perspectives on this game, on this world, on this universe. And the post game is going to require some nuance. It's going to require some subtleties because, like I said, it's not big. It's not sexy. It's got a lot of understated elements. It serves more as an epilogue to everything that has come before. And I thought, you've got the mind for it. Why not? And maybe you don't. Maybe you're going to blow this, and that's fine too. I mean, let's be honest. I'm not on my A game most episodes. I usually whiff it and hope nobody remembers it. So, no hard feelings if that's what happens to the both of us. We'll both fail together, though. So that there's a camaraderie in that.
Yeah, and that same Patreon exchange where you said you would have me on someday, Freezer had not been on the conversation yet, and I mentioned that, it was in response to your offer. I was like, oh no, Freezer first, she deserves it more, and she has actual podcasting experience. I have never, ever done this before.
Mm-hmm.
And you just had me on. Like, this is your livelihood, man.
Yeah, I know.
What are you doing?
I'm pretty reckless, irresponsible, unprofessional, but I think, just ascertained that you wouldn't be as mean to me because of that, and my already shattered ego after just receiving a torrential barrage of put-downs and insults from Freezer and half the Idaho crew. I was like, I need a solve. I need a balm on my wounds, and maybe just Andre can provide that for me.
I've spent 8 years fantasizing about what I would do if I got to be on the Kongversation, and probably more than half of it was doing Freezer's whole shtick of being mean to you.
Oh no. I'm gonna need to go back to therapy, aren't I? Alright. Well, and Freezer in the chat says, I'm not mean, I'm honest. It's all in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? It's really just a matter of perspective. I think I am a groundbreaking free thinker when it comes to the DKU. And generally speaking, it's a good thing when I'm right. So, I don't know. I don't go with the crowd. I go against the grain, and I'm thinking, hey, why can't Donkey Kong be a big-time Nintendo IP again? And it turns out 3.94 million units later, at least through the end of September, I was correct. So everybody who told me, Hyle, you're wasting your life. Hyle, you're an idiot. Hyle, Donkey Kong is just a Mario a leech sucking off the blood of a far greater franchise. I'm like, yeah, but we are doing all right now. We are living in the lap of luxury, of renewed prosperity, the Donkey Kong series. And so if I was right about that, who knows what else I'm right about.
Donkey Kong 2 is groundbreaking. Not so much of a free thinker. He seems to get hypnotized every time he sees a banana, or even just something that looks like a banana.
Yeah, but if you're a Tiki, you can't hypnotize him. So he just knows what he likes, and he sticks to his guns. His coconut guns. But we've got a lot to get through. I said we would be succinct, but let's be honest, that's very, very hard for the Kongversation to do. So let's get into Donkey Kong Bananza's post-game. Now, again, I'm unaccustomed to this whole concept of a post-game epilogue, a cooldown, a return trip around all the worlds to collect more items. Being that I am sort of cloistered in my DKU, nunnery habit, I don't really get out much, and especially with the modern conventions of gaming, especially with 3D platformers, I'm just used to the Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64 style of, oh, you're done with the game, then you're done. You might have some stop and swap stuff to look forward to, but probably not. So this idea of the big dramatic beats of the game are over, but now you can get a little bit of a character-driven epilogue. You can see how the events of the story have impacted the larger gaming world. I didn't know how I was going to feel about this. Knowing like there was going to be more after the game was kind of over, after you beat K. Rool. I was like, that's such an emotional catharsis, that ending. And immediately after you get through the credits, then you just see the knockaway art of Pauline busking on the streets of New Donk City, and it says the adventure continues. And I'm just like, I need a breather, Bananza. I need to process all of that. And you're just saying, no, actually, we're not done yet. Just hang on. Whatever like sentiments, whatever emotions that we just mustered with that ending, put all that aside and devote another 20 to 60 hours of your life right now, please. So I really like that knockaway art, though, of Pauline. She's in the rock out rags, and she's got a little guitar, and she's just strumming on the sidewalk of New Donk City. You've got these, like, almost ghostly images of passersby watching her, kind of with some interest, some disinterest. But the way it was rendered, it really made me wonder, are these actually the spirits of the people killed by K. Rool during his hostile takeover?
I thought, if I was looking over this earlier today, and I thought like maybe the ones in the background who are just walking by while Pauline does her music on the street. Like, I thought that those ones, like, they're rendered transparently. I thought maybe the few that are started together around her were not, and it was just sort of a rolling, like, Pauline is the only one who is completely, like, solid, and then the ones nearer her. And this does apply to a certain extent. The ones nearer here are more clearly rendered, and then the ones back are like ghosts. Like, it's sort of like differing degrees of prominence according to how big of a splash Pauline is kind of destined to make, according to what the image is foreshadowing. But no, the foreground ones, they are more detailed, but they're transparent. You can see through them to the buildings behind them. And yeah, I kind of, Courtney shared during the Planet Core episode that her interpretation was that the Bananza murder just brought everybody back who died. And I immediately, independently came to that same conclusion. And yeah, I think the way this image is styled was kind of the common factor there.
Well, I also just interpreted it, in all seriousness, to be kind of a time-lapsed kind of still. It's not necessarily showing, like, everybody in that moment, but just the people who have watched her throughout the day, or throughout the several days she's been busking on the sidewalk. I don't know. It's not supposed to be a literal image, and in fact, there might be evidence that we'll discuss on another episode coming up that these knockaway images of Pauline are actual illustrations capturing just the general vibe and not a literal depiction of a moment in time. But yeah, I don't know. I really like just seeing this, that Pauline is just trying to put herself out there by herself. That would have been a very sweet image to end the game on if we didn't get any post-game, if that was just a little kind of capper to the credits, kind of a coda. But no, because immediately we get a black screen and then the text 3 months later. So we've got a time jump. We are jumping a full season into the future. And once again, Donkey Kong has to burst through the cave wall, and he's back in Ingot Isle, or rather the Ingot Isle Cave-In. This time around, he is still decked in the clothing you left him in at the end of the game in New Donk City. So in my case, he was wearing the girded breeches, the Bananergy tie. He's got a miner's helmet back, though, and that's a cool touch for the post-game, is now Donkey Kong can have a miner's helmet if you choose to equip it.
And because I'm a real Donkey Kong fan, I did not realize that he would carry over the clothing that you are wearing at the end of the game, because I played the whole game without changing Donkey Kong into any other outfit, because that is not what he looks like.
Yeah, I think that for me, I was very much like, oh no, Donkey Kong has to be naked. Donkey Kong has to have a red tie. What is this malarkey? What is this nonsense? But then as I played the game and my sort of guarded walls started to crumble, my wallopoids started to burst, I began to break down. The only thing I didn't budge on a permanent basis was dyeing Donkey Kong's fur. But everything else, I was like, yeah, let's cover that junk. His ass isn't as good as it used to be, so we can put pants on him. It's fine. I liked the golden tie. I always liked Donkey and Diddy in yellow clothes, so it works. And getting to actually have the miner's hat for the full length of the game now, not just in the prologue in Ingot Isle, was a treat. It was a nice little perk that they threw in. Because, yeah, I have looked at Donkey Kong Country renders for way too long in my life, and I have internalized those renders of Donkey Kong wearing the miner's helmet, so now I get to live it. It's great.
And as for the fur, Nintendo will not leave you a choice on whether to dye it or not, because 99% of the time it'll be orange.
Yeah, it does look a little odd at times, but again, I'm fine with that.
Sucks.
Oh, no, nothing about Bananza sucks. Bananza is pretty much a perfect game, and any issues you have with it, it just means you haven't come around to it yet. But like Donkey Kong Country 2, Bananza is basically flawless. Any faults you can find with it are somebody else's fault.
I genuinely don't know, Freezer, how you didn't notice until Josh pointed it out to you. Like, because it didn't factor into the reveal trailer, but during the June Direct, before the game came out, it's like all I could see, like, that's one of the dyes, right? They're showing off that Donkey Kong, that's not what no. It doesn't always look bad. It does a lot, though. I will pirate and emulate this game someday, just because I know that there will be somebody who will make a mod that makes his fur the correct color all the time.
Sure, and we could draw a funny hat on the Mona Lisa while we're at it. I'll take Donkey Kong's tangy orange fur over the extremely dark blow-dried pubic hair of Donkey Kong Jungle Beat any day of the week. Any day of the week.
His fur looks like feathers.
Well, you know what? Birds are an important part of the ecosystem, and they're basically dinosaurs, so that's cool.
It was the correct technical choice, because I'm sure they could have made it look more like, say, Tropical Freeze's fur if they wanted to. But this game is, with everything it's doing, taxing enough on the CPU already, I'm sure. So yeah, simplify the fur. I can forgive that. But the orange, you already have a very non-minimalistic UI, very uncharacteristic for the series, that constantly glows and like has a fiery animation for whenever you can use the Bananza. We don't need his fur color to change, especially since it refills instantly, so he'll always EPD.
In all honesty, I do think that they might have toggled the fur a little bit just for the contrast against... I mean, this is a game that has him digging through the ground, digging through dirt, digging through cave walls. I think they wanted him to stand out in a lot of browns and similar hues. So I do understand why he looks like he's been dipped in Tang, and I'm fine with it.
But that's why I'm glad to be on the post-game episode, because his fur is the correct color again.
Well, so back in Ingot Isle, back in specifically the Ingot Isle Cave-In, what is Donkey Kong doing there? Well, it seems like the awakened Banandium root is exerting its influence again, and it's begun to reach up to the surface. And the Ingot Isle Cave-In, which is still cut off from the outside world, by the way, 3 months later, like, they haven't resolved this situation. Although I imagine they're getting supplies dropped in, like lowered in, so, you know, they're not completely cut off. There is that opening in the middle, but Ingot Isle Cave-In has been just injected with Banandium, and Donkey Kong has heard about this and come back to investigate. And in fact, if you talk to one of the prospector monkeys as you enter, they say something amazing is going on. Just look around. Gold roots are popping up all over the place. Ooh, this must be the work of that, what was it again? And you can say Banandium root. You can say banana loot if you choose for Donkey Kong to be an idiot. Or you can just be a jerk and say, see ya. Of course, I chose the correct answer. And the prospector monkey said, yeah, something like that. DK, you said you went to the planet core and saw gold roots there. So your story was true? Okay, so one, I like this idea that maybe Donkey Kong went to the media after the events of Bananza and like had a sit down interview with DKTV or I don't know, Jam Jar's radio station, and you know, got the story out there about what happened in the underground world, what happened at the planet core, what happened with King K. Rool. Maybe leaving out some details, but I also like that there would be a contingent of people out there who just would not believe him. Like, yeah, right. Planet core, heart of gold, Banandium root. That sounds like a bunch of nonsense to me. There goes Donkey Kong again, telling tall tales, building up his legend, but I don't believe it. I'm a planet core truther. It's just all a bunch of smoke and mirrors. No Banandium root made me, that's for sure. I was made by the Lord of Games, as he intended.
Well, here's the thing. The 3 months later text actually raises an interesting point. So you are definitely going with the interpretation that Donkey Kong is not just arriving back on the surface after traveling 3 months back up through from the other side of the planet to get back to where he started. He stopped off somewhere, maybe as little as, a week after we last saw him at the end of the main game. And now he is traveling back to Ingot Isle separately.
Yeah, so, like, I thought, okay, because there's a couple things, and I did think about this quite considerably, as we will later learn as we travel in the Ingot Isle Cave-In. At the time, there would have been no way for Donkey Kong to get back up to Ingot Isle or the Cave-In, where things left off at the end of Bananza, and Donkey Kong doesn't discover how connected Ingot Isle is at this point until he travels in there. So my reading is he gets back to the planet core after falling through in the credits, falling back like through the planet, and then he talks to the Banandium root and it's like, actually, can I get to the surface too? And Donkey Kong is returned, and he goes home. He gets his affairs in order. He makes sure Funky and Candy aren't having an affair. And then eventually, you know, after thinking about it, he's like, oh shit, Diddy, Dixie, Cranky. I should probably go back and check it out. And then he's hearing that there's all of this Banandium gold springing up around Ingot Isle, maybe around the Northern Hemisphere even. And so he goes back to investigate and sort of tie up loose ends.
Yeah, to go back a few minutes, I also chose Banandium root and not banana loot. I never chose the, whenever the game would give you a choice of dialogue options, I never selected bananas. I always selected the one basically that takes the plot seriously and holds it in importance. I do, it never occurred to me, but just as an aside, you mentioned this in an early episode, I really like that you thought it through enough to be like, well, okay, I'm going to choose bananas up through a certain point in the game, but then as Donkey Kong gets more invested in the goings-on, there's going to be a point at which I switch over to the taking the plot seriously option for him.
Mm-hmm.
What point in the game you made that switch?
Maybe it was after the junction battle with Void Kong. I think that's when it was. But yeah, I get very invested in the emotional narrative of my video game protagonist. And so, you know, I always try to do the right thing, but I also like that little bit of growth that comes with it as well.
Yeah. Another thing is if somebody does select banana loot, that is not out of character for where Donkey Kong is at this point in the game, because when Courtney was streaming, very minor spoiler, the DLC, I made note that these are the first bananas that we are seeing in the game, because everything up to that point has been Banandium gems.
Right.
But I realized after the fact that that joke does not work, because the one instance of actual bananas we get in the game is, of course, at the Banandium Root Tower.
Right.
Banana loot, it works.
So, yeah, Donkey Kong's back to explore all of this, but you immediately also realize, wait a second, there are fractones in Ingot Isle. What is happening here? And in fact, you can talk to one of the lion fractones from Sublayer. And I was like, wow, what is happening here? And they say, hello again. We're traveling fractones. Surprised to see more of we? And that was sing-songy, by the way. That was, you know, that was supposed to be in some sort of melody that I couldn't muster with my extremely flat tone. But you then are presented with some options. They ask, is there anything we can help you with? And Donkey Kong will ask, you're a peer? And they say, we are. We all came to Ingot Isle from the underground world to hang out. We're becoming great friends with everyone up here. Like Tony the Tiger, because tigers are sort of like lions, see? So great, in fact, that we teamed up to build new things for everyone. We put new shifty smashes and fans and stuff around here. Look low, look high, then give them all a try. Which I love that they're just like, yeah, all that shit all that gameplay mechanic shit, yeah, we came up and built that all. Don't worry about it. Because it's just the kind of hand-wavy, almost piss-takey thing that I absolutely adore when they go out of their way to explain.
I'm going to be, if I get the opportunity, hopefully, I'm talking a lot on this episode about loading screens.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as far as piss-takey bits in this game go, I did want to bring up a certain... I think it just occurred to me randomly while I was re-exploring the post-game over the last few days. One of the loading screen tips says, the quote-unquote gold found throughout the underground world is actually a near-identical and equally valuable mineral named vanadium gold.
Right.
And you don't get this loading screen tip until you're a good ways into the game, because it's playing its cards close to the chest as far as the gold actually being thought through and having plot importance. So if you notice, all the early game resources refer to it as gold bullion.
Mm-hmm.
That terminology doesn't enter the game until after a certain point.
Right.
But yeah, the gold is near identical and equally valuable.
Right. Minerally speaking, though, it is not actually gold. It is vanadium gold, and I love that. That's the kind of bullshit, fan wanking gobbledygook that people would yell at me about if I spatted it out with great confidence, or even an unsure sense of apprehension. But here we have Bananza just meeting us before we can even get there and saying, no, this is what it is. And it's so unlike the Nintendo I grew up with. It is so different from the Nintendo I contested with all those years ago and became a Rare fan as a result of the way they did business. And here we have, I think, just the most rare-coded Donkey Kong game we've gotten since, the GBA games, or Diddy Kong Racing DS, but the less spoken about that, the better, probably.
It makes me wonder if it's, I'm feeling it has to be unintentional. The gold is imbued with divine power that makes it explosive and gives you the fuel needed to commune with the god lying at the center of the planet. But equally valuable, near identical, it blows up. The gold blows up because we decided it was. We decided it would.
Right. Everything about Bananza is so carefully considered. They were cooking everything that this game has to offer for so long. This game was in development for so long, and you can tell the amount of care that went into almost every single detail. There is nothing done haphazardly in Donkey Kong Bananza.
Well, toward that end, I was really shocked to not see any mention of this in your show notes, so I'm just going to go ahead and take the initiative to bring it up now. I just sent you a pair of pictures of the brambles that are one of the first obstacles you encounter when you start up the game and run through Ingot Isle the first time. Are you seeing the pictures I linked?
No, yep, I know. I was going to bring up the brambles in my brain space. I already had it locked and loaded, ready to go, but yes.
So Courtney, when she's been helping me prep, and she brought up something that we'll get into later on. I scoured the show notes prior to the start of the recording, and I saw that you did include it. But and it involves getting a banana. You have fully 100% completed the game at this point, right?
Of course I have. I wouldn't have started the DLC without doing that.
Yeah, there would be no way for you to miss the dialogue exchange that she wanted me to make sure that I covered. For some reason, I don't know, people's faith in your Your throwness has been shaken. Let me just pull up the YouTube upload of the Kongversation 1343 for the Planet Core. Let's see what the top comment is.
Okay. We're going to address that, by the way, in this episode. That's going to come back up, and I'm going to have my, I don't know, my second chance at making that right. I promise you.
We'll see.
All right. Well, yeah, the brambles, they have been turned gold, which is an important. I mean, I don't know if they outright expressly say that the brambles were being caused by K. Rool's influence in his hibernation with the Banandium root, and now that the Banandium root is awake and free of the malign darkness that is, at the heart of K. Rool's soul, those brambles are slowly becoming just Banandium gold. But I think that can be inferred.
Yeah, there is no dialogue in the game that explicitly, makes mention of what the cause might be. But at the start of the game, they make a point of having one or two of the prospector monkeys, say in dialogue, where did these brambles come from?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And yeah, we get the same thing repeated here. A section of the brambles, and it's, if you guys could see the screenshot, I tried to line them up perfectly, but whatever voxel tech EPD was using, it appears that they, just tweaked the setting that said, okay, these voxels will be made of the gold terrain now and not the bramble terrain because it's identical. And the gold is, if you look at the edges of it, it melds with the side of the main body of the brambles. And so, yeah, the Banandium gold tendrils, I don't know of any other possible way to read this. They have the NPCs drawing attention to it. The brambles throughout the underground are undergoing the process of transforming into gold, or perhaps back into gold.
Yes. Yeah, and I also think it's maybe a distinction too we're supposed to make with the green brambles versus the red brambles. The red brambles might be actually cultivated by Grumpy for Voidco, and the green brambles might be what K. Rool's hibernating state is manifesting as.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. It's most prominent in the forest layer.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Voidco has its own brambles associated with it that Nintendo went through the trouble of distinguishing between Voidco brambles and other brambles, whatever their nature might be. The Voidco brambles are specifically red. There's a bunch of them throughout Forest Layer, and at the end you learn that it's the doing of Abracadabra. Probably its roots are spread all underneath the Forest Layer because it uses those same red brambles against you in its boss fight.
Right. And I know we had the debates throughout this series of episodes about the origin point of the brambles, and early on, this whole thing in Ingot Isle, even before the game came out, with the prospector monkeys mentioning, where did these brambles come from? I'm like, just that lent some credence towards the K. Rool theorizing even before we knew. So it is kind of a cool realization to have after all of this, coming back and seeing how these brambles are now becoming Banandium gold. They're now sort of being done away with slowly, and you can draw those connections. Not everything Bananza does is actually explicitly spelled out for you, but it gives you so much. It does remind me of Rare. It would just give you just maybe 80% of the information, and you can fill in the rest of the blanks yourself, which I appreciate. I appreciate that Bananza is a game that does not look down upon our intelligence, which is why all the true intellectuals and academics of the world are loving this game.
Yeah, and I don't want to really overstate my case here, because it is just a recolor.
No, I believe you. I believe you, just Andre. You don't have to stay like I'm on your side.
I'm making a segue.
Okay.
My point being that recoloring the brambles is a obvious, deliberate, artistic choice meant to communicate something story-wise, but it's not that big of a developmental hurdle. It was very quick and easy for them, I would imagine.
Right, the power of the voxels.
Yeah, unlike changing the shape of the brambles entirely, changing not just the color, but the color pattern in a way that, I would imagine requires an entire different retexture, and creating not one, but like maybe 4 or 5 different unique 3D models for the brambles that appear in the planet core.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about what Courtney brought up on my behalf, which is the fact that the planet core brambles are not just white, they are yellowing at the top as if they're converting into gold. Their thorns are gold, and clustered along them is what seems to be dead coral. So Courtney brought this up to you a few weeks now. You've been juggling a lot, but have you had any further thoughts about what in the hell this could possibly be meant to indicate?
The milky white brambles with yellow scum on the top. No, I haven't had time to really ruminate on those. I'm so sad to say.
So, as the person who first took notice of these, I had my own theory right away. In fact, I had the theory before I noticed any of these details, which might become clear, because nobody has humored me on this. But I want to put it out there, because seeing Kremlings again, it's natural that in my fevered state of mind, I would be thinking, what other reveals is the game about to give to us? And so I'm looking for evidence. So Courtney is of the opinion, and so am I, that the Kremling source power, the reason that it is unique, even though it is seemingly not a power unique to the Kremlings, is the fact that it is a well of banergy that goes directly down to the planet core. It's a direct line down to the Banandium root, and that is why what came to be known as the Kremling source power can affect the surface world in such a dramatic way that we do not see anywhere else on the surface, although we have seen with the anthropomorphic animal societies many examples now of similar activity occurring underground. So, do you buy into that? That when it was still around, Crocodile Isle was the location of the single sinkhole in the world potentially that leads directly down to the core?
Oh, well, I've got lots of theories about that. And in fact, I'm going to be doing a video about all of that. So I don't want to shoot my Kremlin source off prematurely, if you will. But I will say that I think, for all we know, the Kremlin source, the Crocodile Core, is but one of many sort of tributaries branching off from the main Banandium root, from the Heart of Gold. And what we, or people think of as ley lines or mystical areas around the world might in fact actually be pockets of banergy that are weaker strains but still potent of the actual Banandium roots. So I do agree, though, that yes, that is what the Kremling source is. It is just an offshoot of the Banandium root, but it is basically pure Bananergy.
Is there a possibility that Mario's coins are made up of Banandium gold, and that is why they are imbued with the power to grant the power of resurrection after accumulating enough of them at a time?
I mean, I don't give Mario any thought whatsoever at all.
Right, moving on. The thing that nobody has humored me on is if Crocodile Isle is the location of a spring well directly down to the Heart of Gold, and when you get down there, you see dead brambles everywhere. And it seems like those brambles have been underwater at some point, because they also have dead coral growing on them. And unlike every other underground location in the game, you're hopping across chunks of shattered terrain that form all the different sublayers. Is there any chance at all that the reason these brambles are here and dead is because what we traverse of the planet core is piecemeal shattered chunks of Crocodile Isle?
Oh, or even the hollowed out remains of the Kremlin Lost World. Take that, animal antics! Windy brambles? Oh, not so windy now that you're dead, are you?
And a weird detail that does seem to support this stretch, because it is one, is the location Kremlin Quagmire. The word quagmire has been ruined, thank you, Idaho crew, but once upon a time it meant a stretch of wet, boggy terrain, and the game uses this to describe a stretch of dead, desiccated brambles. It doesn't apply at all. Quagmire does also have the secondary meaning of just a difficult situation, so it's a hazardous section of the game. It could be metaphorical, but none of the other locations in the planet core are named like this. They're all very literal, just Necky Skyway, Critter Crevasse, Claptrap Crossing. Just very literal descriptions of what the terrain is and what enemy populates it. So Kremlin Quagmire seems to suggest some kind of history like what I'm suggesting, that this used to be swamp. And where in Donkey Kong Country 2 do we first see brambles? And what is the bramble level that this game chose to homage instead of the much more beloved Bramble Scramble? It was Bramble Blast that you first find in Krem Key.
All right, yeah. I you know what? I'm kind of on board with this. I can definitely subscribe to some of this for sure. I could at least see that the dead brambles in the planet core could in fact be remnants of Crocodile Isle. Yeah, absolutely.
I did literally just yesterday finally come up with another explanation that is less embarrassing. So as Courtney detailed, the fact that when K. Rool gets hooked up to the root, then we see the bounteous gold replaced by thickets of brambles, thorns and harm, and this reflection of this land that he once had and no longer does. It's a reflection of the nature of K. Rool himself that, may or may not be deliberate on his part. Who knows how conscious he was in all those years he spent sealed away. But maybe we can take a less literal and more metaphorical explanation for what's going on here. The green, seemingly healthy brambles that we see across the surface and most of the underground are idealized. They are K. Rool projecting, whether consciously or not, what he how he wants things to be, maybe how he sees things, but down at the core, when you actually get to the source, those brambles are dead, and maybe the coral did not literally get attached and grow there while pieces of Crocodile Isle were sinking down the ocean and into the planet core. Maybe that's just a reminder that's manifesting physically through the root's magic that this is what became of everything. This is who K. Rool really is. This is the effect that he has on the world.
Did you just want to be on this episode to talk about the brambles?
No. I'm here to talk about a lot of different things that are tenuously connected to the post-game.
Okay, all right. We can talk about the post-game, though, right? Like, this isn't just going to be your chance to get in all your little pet topics under the radar and then spring them on me where I have no room to maneuver.
I would like this to be the third longest conversation ever.
No! Absolutely! That would kill me. That would kill me. And unfortunately, I have no bananium gold with which to revive myself.
All right.
You know, feel free to bring stuff up when you want. I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying stay in your corner. I'm just concerned that I have lost control of my life. and I'm thinking I don't have it in me. I can't edit another 6+ hour conversation. I just can't do it. I need room to heal. So moving back to Ingot Isle, to the cave-in. So, yes, the Lion Fractone does confirm that what is happening is that there are gold roots springing up. They say, yep, we've seen them increasing in number ever since you two woke up the bananium root at the planet core. Gold roots have been sprouting up all over the underground world, in fact. But we were surprised to find them growing way up here as well. Golden roots through surface stone, this isle might have power of its own. I don't know what the tune would be of their sing-songy song dialogue, but we're just gonna roll with it. So, anyway, looking around, it becomes apparent very, very quickly that you will need Pauline back on your shoulders soon, since many of the Fractone's Shifty Smash challenges, well, they require Bananza powers, and Donkey Kong can't access the power of Bananza without Pauline singing on his shoulders. He needs Pauline's throat, basically. And I was like, all right, well, clearly there's going to be some point where Pauline comes back somehow, some contrived method of reemergence for her in the game. But you know what? This is an opportunity. What this moment in time, it's only the third time in the game after the very beginning and during the groove layer where Donkey Kong is solo. Donkey Kong is just by himself. And I'm like, after this, probably don't have that opportunity again, so I'm going to enjoy it. So it's basically, daddy's day out, left the kids with the babysitter, and Donkey Kong is just going to romp around. So I tried to do as much as I could around the Ingot Isle Cave-In with just Donkey Kong. And it's not much. You can't do much, but I did try. And one thing I am proud about is there's a Banandium gem right behind the starting line. And I think the easiest way to get it is to come back when you have the Snake Bananza and just, jump up there. But I said no. So it's a very slick, metal wall that you can't climb up. But what I did was I got some of the malleable soft dirt and I would throw it at the wall and get it to stick. And basically I built myself up a ladder. And I climbed up there, and I got secret by the start sans Pauline. I was very happy about that. Not as impressive as making a snow bridge to the igloo in Freezer Layer, but I was still glad I had some of the fight in me, some of the completionist sickness to try to do as much as I could before I actually had to move on.
Well, I apologize for thinking differently of you than is the case. I would have thought that you would care that Pauline was gone.
Well, I thought, Pauline's back home with her grandma, and she's safe. She's not, in mortal danger all the time. And so it allowed me to sleep a little bit easier while she was back in New Donk City. So also, I wasn't really sure where Pauline would spring back up. So I was kind of just waiting for that moment, like a jump scare in a horror movie. And it kind of was. It kind of was the way they reintroduced her. It was a bit of a jump scare. Donkey Kong did, in fact, have that reaction. So
Pauline is at home and safe and happy, then she's not with me.
Yes, because Donkey Kong, her whole relationship with Donkey Kong is, can we survive these mortal terrors at the heart of creation while all these things try to kill us? It's not very healthy.
So I haven't seen anybody else share this kind of reaction, so I'm assuming I'm alone in this, for probably not the last time in this episode. But I did similarly to you. I did not manage to get any of the bananas that you are not necessarily intended to get without her. But I did take my time exploring everything that I could of Ingot Isle before following the instructions that we are given that we'll get into shortly about where you ultimately end up reuniting with Pauline.
Mm-hmm.
This whole stretch, probably not an hour, maybe not even half an hour. I wasn't timing myself. I had stayed up until past 5 a.m. the night before, mainlining the ending. And so I was insane even without the sleep deprivation that was already present by the time I did go to sleep after finally finishing all that, and only managed to sleep for maybe 2 hours before waking up with just my brain pounding with Bananza and going back into the post-game. But this whole segment, I kind of wish that they had maybe done something to make it so that you cannot reunite with Pauline straight away if you want to, or just wind up doing that, because this hit me. Like, I'm glad that Donkey Kong's fur is the right color again, but you're going around this gameplay space, and there's all these, what have become pretty standard challenges in this game surrounding you, and you can't engage with them. A part of Donkey Kong is missing. And I was re-listening a bit to the group layer episode you did, and Pierre made the point that it is very untraditionally Nintendo to have a sequence, even a story-centric sequence, that makes the game less straightforwardly fun, that leaves you with less of what you want from the game, ostensibly. Group layer might be my favorite layer because it, it's not a scripted walking sequence. It's not just being a drag in the hopes that what it's doing for the storytelling will make up for it. But Donkey Kong's been without Pauline for 3 months, and they could have thrown in a line of dialogue from one of the prospector monkeys saying, DK, you look down, what's wrong? But that's kind of how I remember this whole opening bit, because from my perspective, Donkey Kong, the game's not drawing any attention to it, but he's not doing well.
So you're just projecting depression onto Donkey Kong.
Projecting my attachment to Pauline, and I love all this, by the way. I love that I got to have this experience, especially because even the people who did linger did not have the same reaction.
No, even I didn't have this reaction. That's the reaction I had in Groovelayer for sure. This kind of overriding sense of sadness and despair, and also just terror that this, like, 13-year-old girl that Donkey Kong has been sort of entrusted with by circumstance, but entrusted with nonetheless, and has grown incredibly fond of, is missing, perhaps even dead. He doesn't know. I had that in Groovelayer, and while I think that's a perfectly sensible feeling you could be projecting onto the character here, nothing wrong with that, I think I didn't have it here because at this point in Donkey Kong's journey, even though we had just experienced the emotional goodbye between the two, 3 months had passed, and as far as Donkey Kong knew, Pauline was both safe, happy, and he might never see her again. So it's kind of a part of his life that he's closed off. And so I wasn't feeling that here. It almost felt like I mentally made the 3-month jump with Donkey Kong. I just needed the prompting to do so.
If Donkey Kong has been without Pauline for 3 months, then that is 3 months worth of the worst day of his life.
Well, I could maybe allow for Bananza withdrawals. Like, it's probably intoxicating to be in the Bananza form, and to go 3 months without it, it's like a junkie going without a fix. So I would imagine him just, like, lying down in the treehouse, curtains drawn, lights out, under the covers, popping Tylenol or Advil, fever, head pounding, trying to get through the shakes. And, you can only go cold turkey by weaning off the Bananza form. So I think there would have been some physical symptoms, if not emotional symptoms.
He can't give himself a monstrous horsecock on demand anymore.
You'd also get used to that too. And then, your line of fire, your range at the urinal would be completely thrown off. He'd be dribbling all over the place.
It's just a blow to your self-esteem. However long the events of the main game lasted, just like having that at your beck and call.
I don't think Donkey Kong's that kind of toxic male personality where he's just hung up about cock size.
Donkey Kong at least wants to be a giving lover.
Yeah, but have you seen that tongue? Have you seen that drool? He's got lots to work with, and he doesn't need to worry about that. So, anyway, yeah, like, I didn't know what to expect, but I kind of figured out, just trying to suss out what would be the most logical circumstance. I was like, I bet you're going to reunite with Pauline in the same spot you originally met her, as Odd Rock. And that is the crater that Odd Rock landed in. And sure enough, you go down there, and it's now called Renovated Crater. And it's called Renovated Crater because there's actually a warp gong there, which I was not surprised about because that makes logical sense. But, there was no warp gong before. There was no actual connection to the underground world before. But we know there are fractones here now, so there has been some method that they have come forth. And I was looking around and I was like, whoa, there's a fractone over here that's shaped like one of the lagoon layer monkeys. We haven't seen that before. because there were no fractones, the lagoon layer, in the original run through of the game. So I was like, make a mental note of that for later. And I don't know. I was just like, I guess I'm going to punch the warp gong and see what happens. I don't need to go. I don't need to go anywhere. But I'm just kind of curious what happens if I punch this warp gong, what exposition will be dropped. And I punched it. The eel popped up and spat out Pauline. And there she is in her rock out rags and, barefoot splendor. And she screams, DK! And there's where Donkey Kong does his jump scare reaction. He's like, "Aah!" And he just looks absolutely shocked that Pauline has reappeared. After all of the lengths he went to get her home, here she is again, back in the Ingot Isle Cave-In, back where they all started. So Pauline, in her exuberant way, immediately just launches into it. I'm doing this.
Hold on.
What?
You are skipping the thing that makes this scene. They reused the same animation that Donkey Kong gives during the initial Bananza concert sequence. His shock when Odd Rock bursts open and there's a human child in there.
Yeah.
They reuse that same shot. And then after that initial moment of shock, he just bursts into a giant smile.
Yeah, he's happy to see Pauline. I'm not saying he's not. But I would imagine there's part of him that would be like, what the fuck? Don't you remember the last 120 hours of this game? What are you doing back here? Why'd you fall back in this pit, Pauline? Like, seriously, I can't rescue you every single time you fall down a well.
Pauline does not need to be rescued. Pauline is Donkey Kong's strength.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Pauline launches in and says, I'm doing this live show at City Hall. But first, I've got to come up with a new song. I came back hoping to find inspiration. I'm like, can't you just go to the museum? Okay. Yeah, I came back to the dangerous underground world to find inspiration. But it also made me think, how did she actually get back to the underground world? Because she was spit out by the elevator. So I would imagine, even though they probably repaired the streets in New Donk City, she has some sort of hookup with the elevator, and maybe was, if not given a warp gong, was given a way to summon or get the attention of the elevator in order to be ferried back all the way to the Ingot Isle Cave-In.
Well, after the events of the game, as we just saw, the Fractones have been able to journey beyond their usual territory, including Ingot Isle. And during the endgame sequence, we do see that some Fractones have ended up in New Donk City.
Yeah.
And so it would make sense if, at least one or two little elevators were there too, and gave Pauline a ride.
Yeah, I think it probably took some time to repair New Donk City, and I think the Fractones and the elevators probably, kept a low profile during that time. But they also kept in touch with Pauline. Plus, Pauline, unlike Donkey Kong, has reverted her clothing. I had her in the Feastlayer jackets, and now she's back in the Rockout rags. So she still has been given access to her closet that can, transcend layers, that can, go wherever you just pull it out from this pocket realm. So I think she's been left with a couple parting gifts from the underground world's denizens, and that is how she was able to hitch a ride with the Mama Elevator back to Ingot Isle to find this inspiration. And it's just a happy coincidence that she does so right when Donkey Kong is exploring the cave-in. But yeah, she says, "That's it. yes, you and me, let's go see the elders right now. Just kind of ropes Donkey Kong into this. He didn't ask for this. He was just here to investigate the goal, but he's like, all right, whatever. Second adventure. And then you get the little notification, the little banner, Pauline is back. So if anybody was speedrunning this, you would have maybe probably 3 minutes without Pauline. But like for me, I tried to get the most out of this experience. So it was probably like I didn't start playing the post game until the next day. And I probably spent over an hour just exploring as much of Ingot Isle as I could before I got reunited with Pauline. So it did feel earned on my end.
Well, that's interesting to hear because you kind of skipped over what I alluded to earlier. You are not left to your own devices to figure out, let's go to where we met Oddrock. There is an interaction further up Ingot Isle that tells you to go down here.
I completely missed that then because
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I just used my intuition, but I kind of also knew like I need to get Pauline back to really accomplish much of anything of note here. So even though I say like, yeah, I tried to get some Banandium gems, I tried to do a couple things without her. Ultimately, it was just like, I want my full moves back. So, and yeah, the Fractons are happy to see her. The one nearby says, "The singer returned. For your singing, we've yearned, and now we rejoice to hear your sweet voice." And it's like, oh, that's nice that all the Fractons think so highly of Pauline and Donkey Kong to a lesser extent. But I also appreciate, too, there's a little bit of context that we get for the Warp Gong, and you can get this through dialogue, or you can get it just through this little bit of environment, but there's a little lore tablet by the Warp Gong, and you look, and it says, sloppy handwriting, which is something that was brought up earlier, I think Radiance Layer, when Grumpy Kong carved the statues of Voidco in the desert. But it says, Warp Gong prototype number 00-01, project lead, Grumpy Kong. So this is not even an authentic Underground World Warp Gong. This is a facsimile built by Grumpy.
Craftsmanship.
It's virtually identical. I couldn't tell the difference, and it works just fine. But yes, Baboom Town. We revisit Baboom Town, or the tattered remains of Baboom Town, and the sinkhole that had opened up, that had sent Donkey Kong and Oddrock falling down to Lagoon Layer after the whole prologue in Donkey Kong Bananza. It has now been covered up. It has now been sealed with some strong girders and metal fencing. And I like this little detail too, because they do have the Warp Gong, and so you don't really need this very dangerous hole just in the middle of Baboom Town. And I like that it took so many hands to build this seal. You've got figures from all over, not just Ingot Isle, but you've got the zebras, you've got the elephants, you've got some Lagoon Layer monkeys, salvager monkeys at that, you've got the snakes, and it's just like really cool to see all of these figures from the underground world milling about Ingot Isle, helping with repairs, and like how this whole world is now interconnected.
Mm-hmm. And we see a couple of returning faces.
Yes.
Get up to the covered sinkhole.
Yes. I think the returning faces you want to talk about, I'm going to bring up in a little bit later, because the returning faces I want to talk about, first of all, are Smash and Tone and Quiz Tone, obviously. Yeah, I love the Smash and Tone is here. Smash and Tone. I had already met Smash and Tone's requirements in the prologue. Because Smash and Tone requires you break through 99999 of gold in this layer, and I had already done that. And I was like, sweet. Thank you, Smash and Tone. And Quiz Tone is there. Quiz Tone asks you some questions about Void Co, about Poppy, or about Grumpy Poppy and Void, and what they wear or what they use. And there's also
just the character designers flexing.
Yeah.
Quiz Tone, when you answer Grumpy's question correctly, says, did you notice that even his pickaxe is banana shaped?
Right.
They really wanted to notice all these little details.
Right, that most gamers would never notice or even think about. And
Poppy's earrings and Void's bow tie.
Yep. And there's a chip exchange here now. And there's also a new perk of the chip exchange, because the chip tone can now also sell you disc that you would ordinarily get from baddies. So if you haven't been diligent about picking up the music disc that'll get dropped by baddies, you can now just buy them here. And these are all the regular disc. These are not the specialty ones that have to be unlocked through other means in the post game.
Did you buy any?
I think I might have bought the only one that I hadn't unlocked at that point, I think, was New Donk City, or like everything from the end game that hadn't been afforded to me yet because I hadn't encountered the enemies to drop them. So yeah, I went ahead and just caught up on the disc just to utilize that feature. But
yeah, it makes a lot of sense given the pace at which you went through the game. I had only collected probably a quarter, a third of discs by this point. And I was going through the game slowly by normal person standards, where everybody else in the community seemed to finish in like 2 days. I went through the game in 5 days. I actually took the week off of work for the sake of just not having to do anything but play Bananza.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the drop rates of the discs through most of the game are quite sparse, but I forgot that this interaction with Chiptone existed, because as we will get into in a little bit, the post-game gives you an opportunity to not ever have to worry about buying discs.
Yeah. Luckily, because you unlock the diva dress with the amiibo, and that ups the chance of the disc getting dropped. So that's really how I cleaned up on the disc. But it's nice that the game does offer you a couple different ways in the post game if you are concerned about that. And there would be a time in the post game where those discs definitely come in handy if you're the sort who loves to linger and savor things in the game. The disc really do have their moment in the spotlight.
I wouldn't know about the diva dress either. Like Donkey Kong, I was too attached to Pauline's default look. And also, I did not want any of the gameplay help that the other outfits provide. I did dress Pauline up a few times, unlike DK. I had her in the Canyon Layer cowgirl outfit for a little while. I had her in the elephant hoodie when it was raining out because I didn't want her to get wet. Couple things like that, but unless I needed to switch to something for just a few minutes to, maybe grind out some gold to get to a threshold I needed, I just kept DK and Pauline as they were for the sake of maintaining their iconic looks and for not getting any gameplay help. For that reason, like Josh, I also went through the whole game without upgrading Donkey Kong's health at all.
I mean, bravo. I couldn't imagine doing that. I was definitely just like, I think also just because I was so diligent that for me, like, boosting the health was just a natural extension of that. And I couldn't imagine getting as far as you and Josh and others did on like 3 hearts. I mean, great job, but that seems like the kind of aggravating thing that would have driven me up the wall.
Well, I don't bring it up to brag. It is going to become relevant to some of the post-game challenges we'll be getting into in a little while.
Okay. All right. Well, before we get there, we've got new getaway commentary. Yay! So, yes, there is an architectone here, and you can build an Ingot Isle Cave-In getaway, specifically in Baboom Town. And this has also granted me access to the closet where I could change Pauline's clothes. And I was surprised to see now that the mining helmet that Donkey Kong is wearing, it's got its own little category there. And I was like, oh, we're going to get all sorts of helmets now. That wasn't the case, actually. But I did like that you do have the option of taking it off if you want. And under Pauline, I noticed there was a new clothing option. And I was like, oh, what's that? And it's gold mining gear from Ingot Isle. And you can dress her as, well, she is a miner, but you can dress her as a miner and give her her own helmet. And so I had her in that for a while. And it was kind of nice to have that like dual headlamp effect for the characters.
I did too, actually. I took DK's helmet off, and I don't mind it with the helmet. But yeah, I mean, I say I didn't want gameplay help. I was not short of gold by this point.
Mm-hmm.
But having Pauline just casually collect twice as much gold, it's a good post-game reward. Like to, get on with things if you don't have enough gold for what the post-game content demands.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, it's after all game long collecting gold at the usual rate, this is a good catalyst.
Yeah, I did appreciate this. Not that I needed it at this point, because I had so much gold that I probably didn't need to collect any more gold ever again. And this was after paying off all the Securitones in Forbidden Layer too, like the little simp that I am. But yeah, I was just like, okay, whatever. A little bit more. I mean, Donkey Kong came here because of the rumors of Banandium gems and gold. So what's a little bit more in his coffers? But of course, I immediately went to sleep so I could see Pauline's new dialogue. And it went, hey, DK, you awake? It's been a while since we talked like this, hasn't it? Did you miss me? I was like, did I miss a good night's sleep? Yeah, I did, Pauline. Anyway, she says, things were a real mess in New Donk City after all the chaos with a lowercase c and an H. There was a big cleanup, but the whole place still smelled like bananas. The city's nickname never seemed so perfect. The Big Banana. You got that right. Anyway, you would have loved it, DK. Or maybe not. Smelling bananas you can't eat might have been torture for you. I know. How about we go looking for bananas again? Just you and me, big guy. Good night.
All the little banana particles that, like, DK briefly goes crazy over after as the Banandium root's power is setting everything right.
Uh-huh.
Are those particles, like, is that the equivalent of the dust from, that other city disaster? Is that like what all the dead people turned into?
Yeah, and maybe in 10 to 15 years, there's going to be all these health issues for the New Donkers, and they're going to need like congressional support for the first responders of the K-Rule disaster, and they're not going to get it. And yeah, it's going to be, I think, a really scintillating plot for a future game.
Someone's going to write a spec script where Jerry Seinfeld is paranoid about banana particles getting into a sandwich.
and or his cereal, and he'll make an awful movie about cereal, and then he'll make a lot of dumb comments, and people will turn on him and remember the time he dated teenagers. Jerry Seinfeld, everyone. What's the deal with that guy? Yeah. Anyway. There's some other characters around. There's some Kongs, and I know you probably want to talk about two of them in particular, but I want to talk about three of them. Because Cranky, Diddy, and Dixie are all at the very top of Baboom Town, atop a girder, like over top where the getaway and shops are. And I was like, oh wow, I expected Cranky would have turned up, considering they kind of boosted Ingot Isle Cave-In into a full-fledged world at this point. So I was like, yeah, I expect all the, like, we had the chip exchange, we had Smash and Tone, we had Quiz Tone, so yeah, Cranky will probably show up for his usual rants, but I was surprised that Diddy and Dixie were here.
Yeah, me too. Weren't they trapped?
They were trapped, but if they can all use the warp gongs now, they can get back up to Ingot Isle Cave-In at the very least. Like, I think what happened is after the events of Bananza, more characters started using warp gongs, or were allowed to use warp gongs, and maybe association with Donkey Kong and Pauline helped their case to get elevator transport.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It begs the question, though, what is the in-universe reason that only now are we able to use the warp gongs to travel between the rest of the underground and Ingot Isle?
Because there was no warp gong in Ingot Isle. Grumpy built one.
Well, I mean, I guess, because I do have a theory about this. I don't even know if it's worth mentioning. But yeah, I get. So the Mama elevator, or just the elevator, does need the warp gongs to navigate, I suppose. Like, definitely gameplay wise, that's the object you need to interact with to instigate the between layer travel.
Mm-hmm.
Does the elevator have, like, is she blind? Like, does she have to communicate specifically by the sound of a warp gong, or else she literally would not be able to find Ingot Isle?
I think she can find her way around, and she's got a greater sense of the surface world than one would initially think, and maybe that's a little preview for episodes to come. But I also think that given the great distance that the elevator travels, the warp gong is kind of like a homing beacon, and it's like, oh, right there. I'm going to head towards that sound. So I don't think she's blind per se, but I think she needs that vibration to actually get to a specific point if you are trying to summon her.
Maybe that's why the timing of the reunion with Pauline works out the way it does. Maybe it wasn't just kind of a happy coincidence, as you were saying earlier. Maybe, who knows how long Pauline and the elevator have been hanging out, either in New Donk City or the rest of the underground. Pauline is basically just waiting for Donkey Kong to call. He's these past few months he's been, maybe he warped back home with the power of the root. Maybe he physically journeyed for a time, whatever. But he's not been using the warp gongs we see in the credits. He's using the sinkholes to travel through the underground. And so finally, Pauline, unintentionally on DK's part, it's like when you lose somebody's phone number. And they've lost yours, and just somehow finally one of you manages to search out the other one.
I guess Donkey Kong isn't on social media, or at least not any human-based social media. So, yeah, like maybe the Archipelago has their own sub-internet facsimile, and so Donkey Kong couldn't stay connected with Pauline long distance. But yeah, like circling back to Diddy, Dixie, and Cranky, like my read on this is they have not left the underground world in the 3 months since Bonanza. And Cranky, in fact, might have like just now gotten back to Ingot Isle. Like we were talking about and debating if Donkey Kong had spent the 3 months journeying back up. I definitely think Cranky Kong did. And Cranky Kong probably met up with Diddy and Dixie back in Racing Layer. Like, maybe Cranky took the warp gong, but I could also see a point of pride, him just be like, I don't need that. I don't need fast travel. I'm fine. I can do this myself. Come on, Rambi.
I'm holding a shovel.
I'm holding a shovel, and I can bounce on the shovel like my cane. So... I was curious what Cranky was going to say, right? And, I mean, his last rant in the game, or his last, like, traditional rant in the game. And so you have to cycle through the options. He doesn't change the rant at all. It's still the same bill of goods you've been handed before. But he'll say, what a rotten crook. To think that he would steal so many bananas, then try to escape to this underground world. He must have been pretty scared of me to have fled all the way down here. Heh. Ah, forget it. You beat that crook of a croc I was chasing, so I won't give you too much guff, just the usual amount. So that is a new tweak to all of his rants, that forget it, you beat that crook of a croc line is now amended to all of his layer rants, no matter which one you go to. And it's confirmation that, yes, he was talking about K. Rool all this time. But, you know, Courtney and I debated this, and I don't think we have a clear answer. Like, K. Rool's been trapped a while, so what is Cranky actually responding to? This banana thieving? I don't know. Yeah, like... Clearly, from Cranky's perspective, he was looking for K. Rool, case closed. But I think there could be another story to be told here, that there was actually another banana thief. And Cranky, while he was inadvertently right about K. Rool's location, he was wrong about like the actual culprit behind what he was investigating initially. That would be fun if there was a third entity out there beyond just Void Kong and K. Rool, and Cranky is just such a doddering old fool that he was completely turned around.
Or the in-universe reason for Cranky keeping his dialogue so vague in general was so that once he learned along with DK what was going on, he could then show up in the postgame to be like, yep, I knew it was K. Rool all along.
He's just lying. Yeah, it's possible. I think that I'm just always looking for sequel hooks or side game hooks. And I'm like, yeah, we could tell a story there. Yeah, you could tell a story there. And then, of course, what happens is I have like 12 to 200 scenarios built up in my head that will never be addressed. And just like forever having dangling plot threads in my brain. And I've gotten too many of those going all the way back to the Rare era. I've got too many of those in Sea of Thieves alone that I can realistically get a handle on. So maybe I should just shut up and accept in some very perfunctory reading of this that, no, Cranky was looking for K. Rool. Maybe K. Rool had stolen some bananas in the years before, and Cranky is just now getting around to investigating it. I
do want to call attention to the fact that he calls K. Rool a rotten crook.
Yes.
Another one of those words that is just forever ruined for us now.
Right.
I also wanted to... I ran into this just completely on accident while going through the... just collecting all the bananas during the post-game that I did not in my first way through all the layers. Cranky's Canyon rant... he says, what a rotten crook. Going around and stealing people's precious bananas. Greed. That's all it is. And greed turns the brain to mush.
Ah, that's nice. Nice foreshadowing there.
So the pictures that I sent you of the beginning of the game brambles and then how they appear in the post game with the gold starting to subsume them, I naturally did not get that first picture on my first way through the game. I started a new save file for the sake of making that comparison. Do you just have your one save file of Bananza still, or have you booted up a second one to get any additional early game pictures or anything?
I have not, but I took so many pictures. I took so many pictures that I don't feel the need to go back and revisit it anytime soon.
All right. Well, I just sent you another screenshot of something that I picked up on booting up that new save file the day after I beat the game. Have you gone back to this screenshot and considered the implications in light of the events of the ending?
Yes, the Donkey Kong loading screen, the introductory loading screen to Donkey Kong, and it's DK in parentheses, Donkey Kong. As long as it's not rotten or mushy, this strong Kong will eat any banana he sees. Yeah. It's great. It's so dense, this game, that it does warrant a second run through completely, just to pick up all those nuances and little bits of foreshadowing and context that makes little sense or doesn't have the full weight behind it the first go around. Yeah, I mean, of course I'm going to replay it eventually, but I'm still having so much fun just playing Emerald Rush right now that I just don't like. I'm locked in my file 2 save file, and I'm at like 195 hours now of total playtime. So it's good. It's good.
This game, man.
This is a good game, Just Andre, and the fact that we don't have to sit here, and of course I'm going to make excuses for it because, like I said, I'm a little simp, I'm a little slut for this game, or excuse me, as slut, as a term we learned on the last episode. But I am ride or die with this game at this point. That is like, I did not expect to absolutely adore EPD's Donkey Kong game to the extent I do. I thought, oh, it'll probably be fun, and I'll probably have to overlook a lot of things I don't like about it. But the fact that I'm this fanatical about it to the point where it should worry everybody how much I love this game. And if I was a child, social services would be called, because this game is basically my gravitational center. I revolve around this game now.
Feels good.
Yeah. So we also got introduced to a new fractone type hereabouts. It's called Glam Tone. And this fractone type only shows up in the post game, but they do show up in several worlds. And they basically, they're different characters. It's not like arguably a singular fractone like Quiz Tone or Smashin' Tone could plausibly be. But these are separate characters, and they all have certain fashion fetishes. They all demand a certain look or aesthetic of Donkey Kong and or Pauline. Or maybe Pauline, does Pauline ever enter the equation, or is it always just Donkey Kong, I want you to dress up for me. Donkey Kong, I want you to doll yourself up like a little tart. Is it ever Pauline as well?
So for this first one, yeah, it's you only customize how DK looks. I don't remember exactly. I am pretty sure there was at least one.
I think there was. But then I had to like second guess myself there, because honestly, this is something I wasn't a huge fan of, because a lot of these did require Donkey Kong to dye his fur. And I was just like, in my head canon, I was trying to make sense of this. I was like, so Donkey Kong dyes his fur, and then he, immediately dyes it back brown, because I'm not going to keep him looking like this. And then I'm just like, all of this chemical treatment of his fur, is he going to just go bald eventually? Is he just going to be like, he looks in that one ghastly episode of the Donkey Kong Country cartoon where he's got the big bald spot, but he still somehow has the cowlick because his skull is shaped like that.
Well, we already know that DK dyes his fur already because his silverback that he started to get in Donkey Kong Country Returns mysteriously disappeared.
That's right. That's right. And it does kind of suggest that in the text of just the brown regular fur dye in this game, because it appears as a box, right? And it says your natural color, but he's just dyeing it back to his natural color because he does have gray hair now. It's all right, Donkey Kong. It's all right, Donkey Kong. But I did really like, I think out of all the glam tones, this was my favorite just because of the screenshot opportunity this afforded. So this is a glam tone that obsesses over gold, right? They love the color of gold. And so you've got to wear the Bananergy tie, which I already had on. You've got to switch into the breeches that you get at the Planet Core, just the solid gold breeches. And then what it wants of you is to then also use the gold fur dye. And so it will look you over. It will basically gaze at you with the fractone gaze and objectify Donkey Kong. And so they look at the tie and they say, yes, that blinding light, so golden. And then, this is the money shot, people. It looks, or they look at Donkey Kong's britches, but the view is just focused on Donkey Kong's ass. And I have to imagine they kind of knew what they were doing here, because the dialogue says, put it in a museum, stick it in the dictionary. This is textbook gold. And I think Courtney and I both individually, independently of one another, took that screenshot and giggled quite a bit because, of course, we did.
Oh, so did I.
Yeah, I would imagine a lot of the sickos listening to this, who are regular listeners of the Kongversation, took this screenshot, and we all just kind of laughed and rolled around on the carpets and kicked our legs up in the air for a solid 3 to 12 hours after the fact.
If you are listening and you did not take this exact same screenshot, you do not belong.
So in the live stream, I'm sorry I've not been talking about the live stream chat because they've been getting off on some tangents that I haven't felt prudent to bring up. But Traveler of the Stars says, I didn't because I'm not a pervert. I'm a sexual maniac, Traveler of the Stars. There's a difference, okay? A pervert is like, I'm gonna take a screenshot of Donkey Kong's ass. Where a sexual maniac is, I'm gonna take a screenshot of Donkey Kong's ass to celebrate it. And Freezer says gold member, and this is why I ignore the chat. So anyway, if you dye Donkey Kong's fur gold, and this is the one that tripped me up because I was expecting fashion to just be wardrobe, so I initially didn't do it with the gold fur, and then I realized what the glam tone was after, so I went back, and they say, oh yes, you can't spell gold without that beautiful G-L-O, glow, that is, your fashion is, and there's like the drum roll where you wait for your grading, and they say, solid gold! Yes, this is exactly what we wanted to see. You have shown that we live in a true golden age, and one gold turn deserves another. The dialogue, I don't think it's celebrated enough how spot on and crispy crunchy all the dialogue in this game is. I mean, there are just so many layers to almost every piece of NPC dialogue.
Yeah, Nintendo, I don't know when exactly this happened. It might have been like during the Wii U years even, because I skipped out on that. the Switch was kind of my return to Nintendo after being absent since the GameCube and occasionally getting a chance to play someone else's Wii. But localizations, I think of Splatoon. Splatoon has so much wordplay in it, and it feels like it must have just been an English script. I'm sure the actual content of the dialogue differs pretty significantly to accommodate different wordplay between different languages. Courtney, I'm really glad she was able to bring up a lot of the localization differences in the end game. But yeah, so much about the little nuances of the dialogue. Even disregarding your judgment on how good the actual story is, this, you would not think, I wouldn't anyway, I'm not very educated on this, but it kind of floors me, just how much this does not feel like a translation.
Right. It's such a tight script, and every line has some impact, and everything is so consistent, and it does feel like it was written with the English language first and foremost. And yeah, that's just down to localization, but I have to imagine there's some baseline international consistency there as well. And while, certain references, certain jokes, certain bits of wordplay would not translate, I have to imagine everything packs a punch, no matter which language you speak. So, I mean, again, that's just me sort of viewing Donkey Kong Bananza with my love goggles. But yeah, I've heard how well written Splatoon is, and everybody's like, Hyle, you would love Splatoon because it feels so much like a Rare game. And I was like, well, if I wanted that, I would play a Donkey Kong game. So I'll just wait for Nintendo to do a Donkey Kong game in the modern era. And I'm glad I did wait, because this is my first go around with this, really. I mean, yes, I did play half of Odyssey, and I really enjoyed Odyssey, but all of this baked into a Donkey Kong pie is the tastiest meal in the world for me. And I'm yeah, I'm sure Splatoon is great. I'm sure Splatoon is sort of thematically right up my alley in a lot of ways, but you know what? I just don't have that built-in affinity for the world of Splatoon that I do for Donkey Kong. So, holy shit, I can't believe this game exists.
You should play Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, though.
But Donkey Kong's not in it. Just Andre. Donkey Kong's not in that one. Why would I want to play it?
Because I know you do have Odyssey still to get through, but we waited 11 years for Bonanza. You'll get through Odyssey, but then we've got at least, I would imagine, 2 to 3 years at the bare minimum until we get another Donkey Kong game.
At the bizarre bare minimum.
Yeah. And it's looking like, unfortunately, we are facing a fallow period for Rare and Platonic. The Kongversation has never depended on new and relevant things. But we have some time to kill, and you do have an existing affinity for Mario plus Rabbids. And I brought up Splatoon. I only played the campaign of Splatoon 2 and a bit of online before that got old and I sold it. And that's the only Splatoon experience I have. I recognize, similar to you, this Splatoon is very quality. It's not something that I am attached to. Sparks of Hope is worth breaking your usual pattern for. Courtney will back me up on this. Pretty sure Jeff will as well. Who, if you remember, is the one who said, Hyle, I know it's breaking your MO, but you should play Odyssey. And, you've not gotten all the way through it, but you've not regretted it so far. And I don't think that you will regret seeing the end of that game. And I think Sparks of Hope is one of those special cases. given the execution, given the philosophy that informs it. It does have some tangential connection. I think it is worth your consideration.
Yeah, but you have to understand, too, I hate video games.
Well, I tried.
I'm just really into Donkey Kong and the DKU and Rare and such and so forth. And you're like, well, you should play these other video games. And I'm like, yeah, but I actually abhor the hobby. So, if Donkey Kong could come in like a pill form or something, that would probably be ideal because I love swallowing pills. The whole process of playing a video game, very tedious, very time consuming. I could be doing so many more things other than playing Donkey Kong games. If Donkey Kong came in some other form, maybe a flash of light. I don't know. Maybe a scented candle. I don't know. I know people think it's weird that I don't like video games, and yet I host the Kongversation. But, Donkey Kong just does it so well that all other video games are tarnished for me. I can't help that. Blame Donkey Kong. It's his fault. So, let's finally talk about Poppy and Grumpy. Because Poppy and Grumpy are here as well. I think they're the Kongs you really wanted to talk about like an hour ago.
That's right.
Yeah. So everybody's favorite thirst trap, Poppy Kong, is back yet again. And she's standing near where the sinkhole has been papered over in Baboom Town. And she'll say, well, it looks like the dynamic duo is back together. I approve. I don't know if she's actually trying to refer to Batman and Robin there, but I do appreciate the little reference. I mean, Pauline would kind of be like the Stephanie Brown Robin at this point if Diddy is Dick Grayson. I'm overthinking it, though. So Donkey Kong can be like, been a while, and Poppy will go through her little explanatory thing of what she's been up to in the last 3 months. And she says, I heard a little rumor that you beat up my ridiculous former boss. And she's got the Void Kong head in the dialogue. And she then says, I also heard you clobbered some sort of enormous crocodile. And the King K. Rool head is in there as well. Up on the surface, you've certainly been busy. Well, it was a good thing I left that company. It's not like I could have stood up to you anyway. No one can, it seems. And I don't know. Am I reading too much into this? Am I starting to succumb to the Poppy appeal of it all? But at this point in the post-game, is Poppy starting to develop some sort of feelings for Donkey Kong? Or is that just me?
Yeah, it's just you.
Okay, because I'm like, I think there's something there. I think she's getting this, like, begrudging, if not attraction, then just, like, she's being lured in by the raw magnetism of Donkey Kong, but she doesn't want to admit it. Because her dialogue softens up considerably, and she has lots of lines, as we see her throughout the post-game, that makes me raise an eyebrow and think maybe there's some stirrings there.
So you can come up here as soon as you start the post game, and you can see Poppy and Grumpy right away.
Yeah,
and Poppy has additional dialogue. I don't think that Grumpy does. I think, based on what I saw of the screenshots earlier, everything that you got of what Grumpy says is just what he says if you go to him right off the bat. But Poppy, if you come here before you get Pauline back, let me find the quote. I don't have the full thing, but she caps off what she says by saying, "What I don't understand is what happened to the adorable duo. Surely you didn't break up the band." So it's not just, I'll get into this a little bit later, but I think with that context, her shifting attitude towards Donkey Kong comes to make more sense.
So you're saying that it's not just Donkey Kong, it's Pauline, or maybe it's how good of a dad Donkey Kong is to Pauline, and it's triggering something in Poppy. Not to say that Poppy's worth is derived from childbearing. I would never say that, but I don't know what Poppy wants out of her life. I'm not going to judge one way or another.
I didn't have that interpretation. You talk about Poppy being a thirst trap. I have seen talk in the wake of Bananza about how now that DK is combined, he's the ultimate game of Uncle Dad. He's best dad to best girl, and he is also her friend. He's not just her protector or mentor. And he's just, probably the fact that he's sticking his tongue out a lot now is probably not helping people's thoughts. But yes.
Plus the horse cock.
To Poppy.
Don't forget about the horse cock.
I have seen people say, hey, DK, he's got the appeal now.
Spelled like P-E-E-L. Yeah, they'd like to peel that banana. And by that I mean circumcise him.
I want to masturbate to Poppy Kong. And I see all these people into it, just going about what they do. I look at Poppy Kong and I'm like, okay, I mean, an ape is not, for some reason, like a fox or a cat lady just seems like easier for me.
It's like a Sasquatch in the woods. You're like, close enough.
I think I get as far as like imagining what Poppy Kong smells like.
Uh-huh.
Canonically, it's perfume, so it wouldn't be an issue. I'm imagining the ape smell in my mind, and I have no idea what an ape does smell like. I think I'm just imagining, the smell of dog, which is not sexy to me.
No.
But you, on multiple occasions, have interacted with apes in real life. Like, what do they smell like? You can help me achieve my dream.
I've never been hugged by an ape. I've had monkeys crawl on me once, but I'm sad to say that the wind carried itself in such a way that day that I did not get a good whiff of any of those monkeys, or else I would be sharing that. I mean, I would have shared that years ago had I known. So I can't say for sure what Donkey Kong or Poppy would smell like, but I would imagine to each other they would smell lovely. And I don't know, like, I know candy exists, and in my head, maybe there's some yearning candy has for Funky and vice versa. So maybe am I shipping Donkey Kong with Poppy now, or do I want some sort of like 4-way key party situation between the four of them? I don't know what I'm talking about. This is what playing a game for 195 hours does to my brain, though, is I start only thinking in those terms, and then I start inevitably shipping the characters because I'm a sexual maniac and I need to see some action. And so I think maybe I'm just going to have to go outside once we're done with these Bananza episodes, and I'm going to have to take a good long walk in the cold rain to calm the fuck down, because this isn't healthy. Moving on, Poppy further elaborates, because Donkey Kong checks in with her well-being. He says, "You good?" And I'm like, he wants, he's carrying here. And she says, "Why, yes, I started a new business with Grumpy, if you can believe it. Perhaps we can work together sometime." And, yeah. And, every time you can high five Poppy now, she seems very happy about that high five. It's not like she's put off by it. Like, I can't believe you're making me do such an uncouth behavior It's, all right, I'll high-five you. I'll get some physical contact with you, Donkey Kong. I'm just saying, I'm not saying they're ever going to act on it, but I'm saying there's a little something, and they might have dreams at night about each other. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not saying Donkey Kong would be unfaithful towards Candy Kong. I'm just saying, sometimes nocturnal emissions, they do happen.
I did mean this in a platonic way, but down in the group layer, at Poppy's final dialogue choice, I did suggest come with me. Even though I did not, I was not interpreting it as, like, romantic teasing, That's pretty... I'm not the only one who made that connection.
Yeah. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever viewed Donkey Kong as a dashing romantic lead, and I've ever, thought of him having these feelings for... Even Candy is mostly just this pre-existing situation that we're presented with Donkey Kong Country, and their relationship has never felt sexy to me. It's always just been, oh yeah, they're dating, whatever, and Candy will make these weird innuendos in DK64, but she makes them towards everybody, so it just becomes even weirder. This is the first time I'm actually seeing some chemistry, a spark of hope, if you will, for Donkey Kong and another character, and I kind of like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice. I didn't do much high-fiving in this game. I felt bad about taking the snake's clothes off. It reminded me, I don't know if you drew the same connection, but how the retro games handle taking a hit by an enemy. Little touch they throw in is that the enemies will have a special animation for when you get hit. It's not just Donkey Kong touches them and, the Kremlin curse does it. And Donkey Kong dies from that contact. They have the enemies actually attack you, and it has to happen almost retroactively as far as the animation goes. The first frame of the animation has to be the full extent of the enemy's attack.
Sure.
It has to happen in the instant that you touch them. And I got a similar kind of feel from turning a punch into a high five in this game, where it just feels like I'm punching people when you do the high five, so I didn't do it very much. But I actually didn't notice that Poppy's animation, or maybe I did, and just I've forgotten it in the month since. But yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, I do like that. Some of the characters are animated when you high five, others flinch like Rambi, but. Again, we averted Posh Rambi, so that's all that matters there. What's a little animal abuse if it gets us away from an erudite rhinoceros? So Grumpy, now this is actually where a lot of meat of the Ingot Isle Cave-In world comes through, your interactions with Grumpy. So he says, hey there, DK, Pauline, and you can select got a project, and Grumpy will explain, Poppy and I teamed up to start our own construction company. Say, you wouldn't be interested in funding some construction projects around here, would ya? It won't cost much, just a piddly bit of gold, and it'll buy quality work. Parts and labor will cost ya 5,000 gold. And of course I paid immediately, so it's whatever you need. And Grumpy says, you got yourself a deal, DK. And then the screen goes black, and he says, time to go to work. And then it fades back in, and we've got a new pad on the ground. And Grumpy announces Battle Rush is open for business. It's a whole mess of battle challenges, back to back to back. Go on, try it out. Might even earn yourself some bananas. And we'll talk about Battle Rush here in just a bit. But there's also other dialogue. You can ask about the warp gong, because as we saw, Grumpy built this prototype, and Grumpy confirms that it's pretty close to the real deal, ain't it? The warp gong, I mean. I even tuned it to summon that eel. Took a lot of trial and error, but we got there. So I do appreciate just the explanation and the world building for why there's now a warp gong in Ingot Isle, and how, because of that, it has now been integrated as kind of this full extension of the underground world.
Yeah, so I was actually wrong before. I glanced at the screenshots you took of this dialogue. But similar to Poppy, if you come up here and meet them before reuniting with Pauline, this is the thing that the game does to point you to, hey, go to the warp gong if you want to actually continue the game.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay.
He has... they could have just used this dialogue, but it actually is a unique set of lines. I did not take note of what exactly they were. But he says something to the effect of, go down there to appreciate the craftsmanship before I stop appreciating you.
Yeah, I like how Poppy definitely softens towards Donkey Kong, and she becomes like less cold and cynical, especially as the post-game progresses. Grumpy is always grumpy, even though he does come to respect Donkey Kong as well. And in fact, that will come very soon in Ingot Isle Cave-In. But yeah, I do like that they don't lose track of the fact that he's called Grumpy Kong, and he's just a bit of a dick. So let's talk about Challenge Rush, bunch of battles. The Battle Rush pad that we had just built. So up until this point, this was, I think, the hardest challenge in the game, or at least what I felt was the hardest challenge. Your mileage may vary, but this is a gauntlet of like your battle challenges that you would encounter throughout the various worlds of Bananza. But this is, like I said, a gauntlet. It's an endurance round, and you've got to get through 4 separate rounds of battles. 3 sets of 4 different battles, and then 1 final battle against Grumpy Kong. And you will only get a Banandium gem from clearing 4 of them. But if you fail, say, the second set of 4, then you'll have to start all the way back at the first one. So it's one of those things where you have to just weather it and get good enough and know the patterns and know what the game is going to throw at you to get through it. And I'm not afraid to admit, this took me an hour or so to actually get the hang of it and get to progress far enough to know what it was going to entail and what I would have to do. And it's all just muscle memory after a certain point.
You said this is the hardest challenge the game throws at you up to this point. I would say this and the accompanying challenge actually outdo the game's ultimate challenge. And maybe this comes down to my being somebody who refused to upgrade their health, and these 2 challenges both being combat focused rather than platforming.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, to me, these were actually the zenith of the game's difficulty, which I was very glad for, because even without upgrading my health, apart from certain challenges in the later game and the muckety muck and K-Rule and maybe the last Void battles, the game was too easy for me.
Oh, too easy, yeah. It's not about the challenge, just Andre. It's about the intellectual stimulation and the emotional catharsis.
Well, that comes down to the difficulty, at least to some extent. I'll go into this a little bit more when we get into the second set of the second one of these challenge gauntlets. But I don't mean to keep bringing up the fact that I did this without upgrading my health.
No, you are absolutely meaning to do that. Oh, I whatever. I beat the game blindfolded. I didn't even have it installed on my Switch 2, and I beat it.
The thing is, I'll use the... Are we going to go through the waves of these? I know you said at the top of the episode that we wouldn't get into nitty-gritty detail on these post-game challenges. But are we going to go through what the 13 different waves are?
I don't know if it's necessary unless there's something specifically you want to bring up, but...
Yes, I want to bring up the 8th one on the list, 10 Anticoids, which it seared into my brain because it's the one that killed me the most. I was also stuck on this probably for longer than you. Like, again, I'm not trying to brag about how good I am at video games. This walled me. I was stuck on this for what feels like 2 hours. My first time doing it. I redid all these challenges yesterday in preparation for this episode, and I was surprised, even with my playing it like not so tired and left out of it by just the shell shock of everything that had happened in the end game and the lack of sleep that followed. No, the challenge of these holds up, and the 10 Anticoids wave. Firstly, so Anticoids are. Wait a minute. No. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. It's actually the 10th one, the 5 Buzzoids. It puts you in a vertical shaft with a one of those rising terrain piles.
Yes.
And slam.
Yes.
Jump up. Yeah, and so it starts you off, and there's 5 Buzzoids hanging out above you. And as soon as the challenge starts, I think they actually might start their animations before, like, you finish falling into the arena and get to move. They, like, 3 or 4 of them bombard you with the rocks that they're holding. And so you're also pressed for time, and this one is deceptively easy to run out of time on. So your instinct is to immediately hand slap and rise to the top of the arena to get the top one, and then work your way down to finish off the other ones before the time runs out. So you can do that and just be better at the game than I am, or hope you get lucky. And if you're playing with only 3 hearts, hope that you don't wind up getting one-shotted, because unlike, for most of these, the enemies do like 2.5 hearts of damage or so. So you can take 1 hit, per round of 4 different challenge rooms before you get a refresher on health and energy at the, I would say checkpoints, but they don't actually give you a checkpoint. As you said, if you die on any of these, you're back to square one. And so, yeah, it's a really clever bit of level design where you either take your chances to do that in order to not run out of time, or you learn because you are forced to take the time to dodge out of the way of the initial barrage of rocks and then get to the top and try and fit it all into the timeline from there. And that level of consideration is, I understand that people have different video game skill levels. I'm not one of those people who demands that games should be challenging to the point that people wind up getting left behind, especially for a game like this that is one for kids, like all of these games are, but also one that is fulfilling the task of introducing Donkey Kong to a new receptive audience, largely of young kids of the type of age and matching skill level that would traditionally just stick to Mario, and only a handful of people like Traveler and Chocolate Milk Drinker would get attached to the likes of Returns and Tropical Freeze. It made the experience less fun for me that the rest of the game was not this level of challenging, but and Mitchell brought up this same point on the Kongversation, Other Voices second episode that went up some time ago. That, even if it's worse for my personal experience, the game saving this sort of thing for the post game is the right call for the continued health of the Donkey Kong series.
Right.
But when it does come to this sort of challenge, I am forced to really learn it in and out and really consider everything I'm doing instead of just tanking the hit and continuing to mash the punch button, which is what happened to me for the majority of the game. To a game-earning extent, but yes, I was thankful to be given challenges like this in the post-game.
I can't remember. I think with the Buzzoid, I just had to immediately catch the rock, because you can catch them, the ones that they throw at you.
My first time through a few months ago, that was the tactic I took. The problem is you're getting several rocks launched at you at once, so it's a risk similar to immediately hand slapping to get to the top. I grab one, and then the next one immediately knocks it out of your hand, and then the third one kills you before Donkey Kong can move again.
Okay. Yeah, that one was a little bit troubling. There was the, was it the one with the anticoids that you had to turf surf and run into them? I kept getting that wrong because by one, that's the 8th go around in a row and you're a little bit fatigued and more prone to make mistakes, and just judging the timing of the turf surfing proved to be trouble, and if you slip up, then it's really hard to recover.
Yeah, I really like that one. I don't know if it's even intentional, but if you are taking it at the pace that it kind of demands because of the timer, and you're just constantly mashing the speed up button as you turf surf, you have to time, like, not only when you jump, but the height of your jump specifically if you want to maintain max speed at all times. And because this is not a 2D game, it is a 3D game that, just disables the Z-axis for these sections. The perspective of the obstacles that you have to jump onto and over, like, kind of plays tricks on you in a way that a, game with actual 2D graphics does not, where it keeps tricking you into thinking that you're going to collide with the corner of the thing that you're jumping over. And if you're doing it right, then you always manage to just clear it, and that gives it a little extra thrill. There's some surprisingly involved design in these, and it's not that much different from the challenges that were in the rest of the game, but again, because it's a gauntlet, because it's difficult, and it kind of imprints itself onto your brain, it's easier to look back on it and to remember and appreciate these little nuances. Right. And yeah, that's why if you upgrade your health, then you didn't play the game right.
See, but I prefer to only be spanked by the game if it's by Poppy Kong. So I think that is justifiable, and it is all down to how you want to experience pleasure. And again, I hate video games, so if I can make them easier, all the better. But I did really like the turnout, it was such a relief clearing this, because I was like, oh my god, just, you're tired by the end of it. Of course, I didn't know the whole Bananza rehearsal thing ahead, but you get to the end and you're greeted by Grumpy, by Poppy, and by a whole host, every type of animal fractone. The fractones in the shapes of the various animal tribes, both living and extinct. And you've also got the little music drums from Groove Layer all around. So if you want, you could just make some music, some sounds, just to blow off steam while you're here. It's a nice touch.
Yeah. In keeping with what you were pointing out about Poppy's dialogue earlier, I see you screenshotted where she says, "Just as strong as I expected."
Just as strong as I dreamed about last night.
Grumpy also. I knew you had the muscle for this.
Grumpy also has some dreams. He won't ever admit to it, but... Anyway, that's not all from Grumpy, though, because Grumpy's got another project, another big-time construction project in mind, But this one will cost 100, or excuse me, it will cost 10,000 gold. And then he builds it, and it is Boss Rush. It is basically the same concept, except this time it is a gauntlet of boss battles. And I was like, oh boy. This one wasn't as hard for me as the Battle Rush was, but I was very surprised to jump into it, to punch down into the pad, enter it, and then you're greeted by Dixie, by Diddy, by Cranky, and by Rambi. And Dixie will say DK, and Diddy will say Donkey Kong, which, okay. I would think that would be kind of embarrassing to sing that Diddy, considering you have a whole verse about yourself in there. It's just kind of self-congratulatory, but okay. And
have you seen Diddy Kong's portrayal both in the game that song is from and in his dialogue in this game?
Yeah, fair enough. So, Cranky has new dialogue. We actually have new Cranky Kong dialogue. This isn't a rant. This is actually new, fully constructed sentences and a new topic for Cranky to speak on. So it's very exciting. Cranky says, "Heh, guess who? Thought you seen the last of me? You ain't that lucky. You're a pretty cocky Kong." Can't wait for that Kong to debut, by the way. You're a pretty cocky Kong, begging for more battles like this. Well, you'd best get serious. You won't be fighting any first-level foes here. This is a good old-fashioned boss rush. That means back-to-back boss fights. So, yeah, I also just like that Cranky again breaks the fourth wall and refers to first-level foes. Like, Cranky, the only one with a full awareness that they are in a video game. So, yeah, the boss is really quick. You've got rematches in these, battle challenge arenas against, in this order, Inflammonite, Abracadabra, Sinister Blusterwing, which is interesting because it implies that either Grumpy temporarily captured the Blusterwing and rehypnotized it, or this is some sort of genetic clone of the original Blusterwing that is just kept perpetually sinister.
Well, unlike the quote-unquote real Sinister Blusterwing, when you defeat this one, it's not just the controlling mass that blows up. You can see the bird underneath it, and it just fucking dies.
Okay, so let's just say it is just a genetic clone of Sinister Blusterwing that is just perpetually bad, and whatever, who cares? It's a
interpretation where it is actually alive?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Grumpy, he isn't completely there in his moral journey yet. He's making some monsters, but we've also got Muckety Muck, Stomp and Clomper, and and then you have to like. Is there a final battle against Grumpy again?
No.
No, that's right.
The final challenge of the enemy challenge gauntlet is actually a boss fight.
Against Grumpy, yeah.
Yeah, piloting the King Crocodile.
Yeah.
Whereas here we get Stomp and Clomper as a final boss.
Stomp and Clomper. Yeah, that's why my brain trailed off there, because I was like, wait, that doesn't seem right. That Stomp and Clomper is the final one. But, okay.
Yeah, so this one equally difficult as the enemy challenge gauntlet. And it was a similar situation in terms of the particulars, too. Most of the time, taking a hit would bring you on the very verge of death, but you'd be able to take one, and if you made a second mistake, then that was me having to start over. But the Sinister Blusterwing has one attack where an attack that is helpful to you because it bears mentioning that these are not just reprises of the exact boss fights you have done before. In addition to being a boss rush, these are hard mode versions of all of these fights. For the Sinister Blustering, it mostly comes down to differences in the arenas. Instead of just kind of being standard terrain, you are in a pool of, I think it is the grease, like a non-damaging version of the grease in Feast Layer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it slows your movement, but also, like the actual boss fight, there's a constant barrage of lightning on you. So the only solid ground you get is the Sinister Blusterwing vomiting little trails of rock and trying to, swoop over past you. And so you can reliably dodge that by going into the oil or whatever it is, but it will conduct the lightning. And so if you are not being precise and you find yourself in there when the lightning strikes the oil and not the terrain, and you're not sticking to the very narrow tracks of terrain that the boss allows you, then yeah, if you're not absolutely on the ball, then it's going to melt your health, at least if you have only three hearts. And speaking of which, that same attack that the Blusterwing does where it makes the terrain you need, that'll one-shot you if you've not upgraded your health.
Yeah.
I didn't purposely lie earlier, I just wasn't thinking. But yes, my first time through, this finally broke me, and I upgraded my health once. Just the Sinister Blusterwing fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have got it eventually, but man.
It was, I mean, like I said, this wasn't as bad to me as the actual battle, the battle rush, but it was still... It was still a challenge, for sure. You don't really grow accustomed to defeating that many bosses in a row. And I did appreciate the challenge, though, for sure. And I did like...
For the Inflaminite fight, there is an arena difference. It is more confined. I didn't go back and check this. I didn't have the time. But I feel like when it rolls towards you and it leaves trails of lava along the ground, I feel like those last longer than they did in the initial fight. So not only is the arena more confined, but you're running out of space more. The lava does not just stay where it is indefinitely throughout the fight. I would have liked to see a version of the boss fight that did that, where it really prioritized beating it as quickly as possible before just the entire space becomes unusable to you. But the bigger difference is that when you punch through its outer shell, and it's in mollusk form and it's running away from you, the little walkways that it leaves behind it, that in the initial version of the fight, you're meant to run across those walkways with the zebra to catch up to it and punch it, and that's what actually deals the damage. In this version, those walkways are made out of lava. And so I don't know if there's another way to do this, because you can do the base version of this boss fight the same way. But when I tried very briefly to negotiate that, but I was like, okay, I could also just snipe it with a thrown chunk of some sort. And that's what I always did.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a way to actually traverse the lava bridges.
Honestly, I don't know. I think I used Elephant Bonanza and sucked it up. I was like, oh, lava. Let me get rid of that lava. Anyway, speaking of elephants, speaking of all the animals, then you've got actual animal representatives there to greet you and celebrate once you're done with the boss rush. And it's like Noah's Ark. There's 2 of every kind. 2 prospector monkeys, 2 zebras, 2 ostriches, 2 elephants, etc. And I like just the indulgence at this point. It's like the game's almost letting loose a little bit. It's just like, yeah, here's a bunch of animal designs. Here's a bunch of NPC characters to celebrate you, the player. It's not the last time we'll see such a thing.
Yeah, they all have relevant puns.
Yeah.
One of the lagoon monkeys asks you if you walked up to him because you're fishing for compliments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, we could be here all night and all morning and all afternoon and all night again talking about the clever NPC one-off lines. There are just so many. And at a certain point, you're just going to have to, like, say, well, we can't bring that up. We can't bring that up. We can't bring that up because there's just so much in this game. It is the deepest, densest DK game we've ever had. But then, finally, Grumpy's got a little treat for you. Grumpy's got a little surprise. And it's yet another project, but don't worry, this is not another rush of any kind. He says, when you ask, got a project? Sure do. My mind's made up. I'm ready for the biggest construction project of my whole career. This right here is going to be the site of the Baboom Town Restoration Project, now open for funding. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. This one's gonna cost way more gold than the other projects. A bold Kong like you ain't gonna back down from an investment opportunity like this, are ya? This is how Donkey Kong gets swindled, by the way. This is how Donkey Kong would get preyed upon into some pyramid scheme. But, this one cost 120,000 gold, parts and labor, Grumpy says. And luckily I had it, so yeah, I bought it. And Grumpy says, you've got yourself a deal, DK. The screen goes dark, and we hear a lot of belabored grunting from Grumpy, where he says, time to go to work. All right, psyching himself up. This is serious monkey business. Let's get to work. And then we like go into a loading screen, and I'm like, oh wow, this is serious monkey business. If we have to get pulled out and get into a whole loading screen sequence, but I got this lovely knockaway art of Poppy like stroking Pauline's hair. And then we see the new, or rather the rebuilt Ingot Isle. Baboom Town is now back to what it was, more or less, albeit, still 10 sublayers underground. You can't really do anything about that. But yes, Ingot Isle is refurbished. And Pauline says, wow, the town is good as new. Grumpy says, what do you think? Good as new, eh? I'm like, that's what Pauline just said. If you take a look around, you might even find a surprise or two. The top bit felt like it wanted a little something extra, And the camera slowly pans up, and we see a giant gold statue of Donkey Kong on the very top. Grumpy says, it kept tugging at me, so I took the initiative. I figured it's a good spot for a tribute to the no-good musclehead who punched right through everyone's problems, to which Donkey Kong does his sitcom, straight man, befuddled smash emote, where he's like, come on now, what the heck? And Grumpy says, I put a lot of hard work into this one. Go on. Appreciate that craftsmanship. If you talk to Poppy here, then Poppy will also give Donkey Kong a little present. She says, I do love it when clients aren't afraid to spend freely. I have a gift for a loyal customer like you. Here. And then you are notified that you got a new piece of neckwear. Poppy explains, it's a prototype necktie, you see. Or perhaps you won't. Either way, enjoy. And I was like, oh, what is this? This is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to get back to the getaway closet to see what the necktie that I got is. And it was very disappointing. It was the invisibility tie, which renders Donkey Kong invisible, but only to the player. Because enemies and friends will still see you. So I'm like, how is Donkey Kong invisible within the context of the story again? If everybody can see him but the player, I don't understand the internal logic of this.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I also don't have an answer for the fact that it turns both DK and Pauline invisible.
I think there's like a force field. There's a perimeter that allows the invisibility effect.
That's not even my concern. I want to play as Floating Pauline. Just psychically attacks enemies and destroys the world.
Sure. Yeah, I guess this is just for the really hardcore players who want the extra challenge of Donkey Kong and Pauline being completely invisible, completely imperceptible on the screen. As somebody who likes looking at my characters, this isn't for me. So this stayed in my closet after I put it on and walked around, and I was like, this sucks. And I never wore it again.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't have thought of this myself, but I think just earlier today, while I was going over relevant YouTube videos, compiling my notes, I saw a comment about this cosmetic that said, this is going to be really good for capturing boss fight footage. As somebody who makes videos, a lot of which are going to involve Bananza and one boss in Bananza in particular, this actually might wind up coming in handy for you if you want accompanying video footage of K. Rool or whatever other boss that is more cinematic and presentable for, creative works, namely videos. This game does have a photo mode, but it does not have a theater mode like some games have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know if that was what they had in mind. They probably figured people would use it for that and for the extra challenge or what have you.
Right.
But this, like Bananza's design as a whole, there's some multifaceted use that people invested enough can probably get out of this thing.
Oh, I'm sure. But for me, if Donkey Kong is not on screen or mentioned at nearly all times, it's very hard to stay invested in something. So it's like, oh no, now my game has less Donkey Kong in it. That's no fun.
Can't see the correct or incorrect color of his fur.
But yes, if you pass some prospector monkeys, they're very excited. The banana mine is all fixed up, they'll say. One of them says, you did it. We did it. Another says, you've got a big heart, DK, which is so nice to get that vindication from Nintendo now that yes, Donkey Kong has a heart. Donkey Kong is empathetic. Donkey Kong isn't just this greedy, ghastly figure who will abduct a bunch of toads because he wants toy effigies of Mario, whatever the hell happened 21 years ago. I really appreciate Bananza's portrayal of Donkey Kong, and it is immortalized at the top of Ingot Isle. You go up there, and Grumpy put another lore tablet there, again with sloppy handwriting, and it says, the hero of Ingot Isle, Donkey Kong. And of course, immediately I ruined the moment by going around and looking at the backside of it to see how defined the ass was. Not very.
So, you, from a more limited perspective than a lot of people, but you were engaged in both the pre- and post-release hype cycles for Smash Bros. Ultimate. How much do you know about the protagonist of the Doom games?
I know Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was in the movie.
All right. So there's a no-clip documentary on the development of the 2016 revival of Doom. And the creative director, Hugo Martin, went into what went into the game's portrayal, specifically in the opening, tutorial section before the game opens up, the first 15 minutes. Something that really stuck with me. They toyed around, they said that they redid that section from the ground up 4 or 5 different times because they could not get the tone right. And they brought up the point that they were trying to follow the conventional writing wisdom, looking at movies, where the usual thing in that sort of story is to engender sympathy toward the protagonist and antipathy against the villains by having the villains take away something from the hero. Their family is killed, or they're stripped, they're diminished in some way. And in trying to do that specifically for a Doom game, and right off the bat, they ran into the problem that that sort of technique doesn't work so well in an interactive medium where the protagonist is to some extent also the player, and the player's losses might not be the same as the protagonist's. If they are, it's because you have to spend maybe more time than you would in a movie. Games are a more long-form medium. Collating the player and the character's concerns. And so they brought up the solution they arrived at did come from another movie inspiration. The creative director, Hugo Martin, cited the sequence in RoboCop, where... have you seen RoboCop?
Yeah. It's not a video game, just Andre. I have seen RoboCop.
Okay. The scene where RoboCop is being built. You see it all from his perspective. And before the character that we knew up to that point is changed into a very different character, into RoboCop, you're set up to perceive RoboCop in a certain way before supposedly, well, not supposedly, it's definitely true, a character's actions speak louder than their words, just like in real life. But before you even get to see RoboCop do or say anything, that sequence gives you a very clear idea of who RoboCop is. Morton comes close to having his hand broken, testing the robotic arm. And he's scared, but he reaches out to the robotic arm as it's being taken away, and he's attracted to the power of what they're making. It just hits him when it's being presented like that. He gets excited and gets in RoboCop's face and says, "You're going to be a bad motherfucker." And there's the bit where they're having a drunken party, and the one lady drunkenly kisses him, and they're having their party all to themselves, and then they take notice of him and get excited and go up and blow party favors in his face, and their RoboCop is being established as very literally objectified. He's powerful, but at the same time, he's a tool, he's a commodity, he's not a person. The whole robot arm was not necessary. It's established a scene or two earlier that one of Murphy's arms is still usable, but he's their property now, so they make the call, cut off the arm, we have a better one. And he can hear us saying all this right now, or we're going to wipe his memory. And so that's the approach that they took to establishing the protagonist of the 2016 Doom revival, where the method of storytelling and characterization comes in part from the character's body language. The Doom Marine is very well characterized physically, but the other half of the equation is how other people talk about him. He's established. The first time you hear his name, You hear it from the perspective of the enemies.
In the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, one stood, for he alone was the Hellwalker, the unchained predator, and he passed through the divide as none but demon had before, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doomslayer.
And so I go on this tangent because the point has been made very early on in this podcast that Pauline, among many other things that she does, serves as a point of view character for people either who are brand new to Donkey Kong, most crucially, also in a sense to us, because this is a reinvention for Donkey Kong. And so through her, we come to get a better understanding of who Donkey Kong is, what this world is, based on how Pauline reacts. And so we see this too with Voidco. I brought up that Poppy was upset that Pauline was gone. And when you get her back and talk to Poppy, she says, well, it looks like the dynamic duo is back together. I approve. Poppy is a character who is very determinedly above it all. You don't expect her to express that kind of investment in really anything that's going on other than the goals that she sets for herself, let alone another person. The placement of that loading screen art of Poppy doing something very out of character, you would think, bending down, like letting her guard down. We never see her body language do this at any other point in the game. And stroking Pauline's hair. Poppy is the point of view character that is using this sort of participatory game storytelling technique to sell you on Pauline. And Grumpy, again, this probably speaks to my own self-esteem more than anything else. But when I saw that this ultimate project that Grumpy had was a tribute to you, the no-good who punched through everyone's problems, Grumpy's not articulate, but he took the time with his poor handwriting to make a sign calling you the hero of Ingot Isle. That's just tremendous. Is it just me?
No, I mean, I think definitely it not only speaks to these, like, two characters who started off as two of the three antagonists presented to you early on in the game, and it shows how Donkey Kong and Pauline have bettered them or brought out better sides of them, and in turn they give these tributes, but these tributes I think speak more to the good that the two protagonists have done, not through physical violence as much as setting an example. And that example can now shine down on everyone else who comes to the Ingot Isle Cave-In. So I don't know. I think it's really, really cool. And it really, I think, justifiably puts me at ease for this new era of Donkey Kong, with the ever-present concern we had from the buyout era on of how Donkey Kong is going to be portrayed. Is Donkey Kong going to revert to some sort of villainous state as this counterpart to Mario? And no, he is a dyed-in-the-wool hero. There's no getting around it. I don't think there's any reverting it. I don't think even if you did do a new Mario versus Donkey Kong game, you could ever present it as harshly as even the 2004 game did.
Yeah, I want to call attention to a specific line of Grumpy's that you said when going through this whole bit. It's such a little thing, but when he's positioning you to make the final purchase, he says, "My mind's made up."
Mm-hmm.
And this comes after you spend the money on the 2 battle challenges. Grumpy comes to respect Donkey Kong as the no-gooder who punched through everyone's problems. One of those problems was Grumpy.
Right.
And he did sit off to the side and pout about it, as detailed on the Lagoon Layer episode. But he never had, I want to say, misplaced anger toward you, but I feel like he'd be pretty justified after you punched him out, or in the case of Lagoon Layer, punched out his hard work. But no, that's how you gain his respect. When you beat him in Canyon later, he says, "Well, you won fair and square." That's the kind of guy he is. And so the in-universe purpose of the enemy gauntlet and boss rush, going off of "my mind's made up," that's Grumpy being like, okay, this is all for Donkey Kong's sake. It's something to test his mettle, and one last way for Grumpy to confirm that the stock that he is placing in Donkey Kong is well placed. And that's when he makes a statue.
According to Grumpy Kong, Donkey Kong is the prophesized messiah, and Grumpy is going to now start a religion based around Donkey Kong worship. I think this is where it's obviously headed. But I also think that, like, Grumpy might not admit it, because he probably still has some fragility, some pride, but this Baboom Town restoration project, it's him actually using his skills, along with the Warp Gong prototype. It's him using his skills to better society rather than build a boss guardian or help Void Kong achieve material greed. And I think that after this, Grumpy feels better about himself and what he's accomplished, because he's lifted up others along with his own gratification. And so I think this comes up a little bit later on as well, when we see return appearances from Grumpy and Poppy and their construction company. But yeah, it is, I think, tremendous, subtle character growth for both characters. And I did not expect to have fallen in love with Grumpy and Poppy to the extent that I did, where they now feel like fully realized, fleshed out Kong characters, and not just the vapid afterthought antagonist Kongs that I thought they might be. Just going off of past occurrences of that, I'm looking at you, Jungle Beat. Love ya, but let's be honest, Dread Kong was kind of just a wet fart, was he not? Yeah, and this is the point, too, where I realized, if you clear all of the Banandium gems, you get all the Banandium gems, 36 out of 36 in the Ingot Isle Cave-In, the total screen for Banandium gems will now show 3 stills for a world, as opposed to the 2 if you got everything in the regular game, the pre-credits game. And I really like that touch. You know, we don't have the exclamation marks in this game to let us know we got everything, but I like that there's that little subtle detail that if you pick up on it, you know, even without just looking at the numbers, I got everything. I got all of the Banandium gems in that world.
Yeah, I actually did not notice that. Another thing that I have not been able to go back and confirm for myself, but I've seen it in several different places, as far as the post-game 100% collection goes, apparently the game gives you a list of bananas, and more bananas, relative few, but it populates the rest of the game's level with new Banandium gems during the post-game. And the neat thing about that is that in the list of Banandium gems, the list only populates with those extra ones when the postgame rolls around. So
Yes.
for people who are trying to go through it very methodically, this happened to me when I played Odyssey. It's something that the team probably took note of as a certain player behavior they maybe hadn't anticipated. After a certain point in the Cascades Kingdom, I was determined to 100% a level before moving on to the next, but there were so many that were missing, and so eventually I was forced to move on. And then in the post-game of Odyssey, I figured out, oh, it does the same thing. More moons are added to the levels to give you post-game content to do besides the more dedicated, intensive stuff. But yeah, that's a really nice touch on the part of Bananza, that it obfuscates that from you until the time is right.
Although it does kind of suggest it's coming because the numbers always stay the same. So if you look at the actual list and you look at the number Bananium gems they are, you'll see like a jump in the numbers that was initially inexplicable until I figured out, oh, I guess those won't be available until later on. So you're still getting the full completionist satisfaction while knowing that it will have more to do later in the game. There are a couple other things we need to address, including this amazing little detail that I don't even know if everybody will have picked up on or found because it's very, very small. It's the remains of the All Mine remote, the banana-shaped remote that Void was using and was last seen with King K. Rool, which also gives us a suggestion, and the only one we're going to get here in the post-game, of the whereabouts of K. Rool. So there's the broken All Mine remote, and you're like, oh wow, look at that. And then you see the little lore tablet, and it says, it was hot that night. I couldn't sleep, and it was too late for minin', so I took a stroll to admire the stars through the cave-in's opening. Suddenly, a loud pinging sound echoed from the night sky, and a green star flashed in the distance. Then this tiny banana-shaped remote thingy fell down here from the sky. It smashed into pieces, and it creeped me out something fierce. So I left it right here where it fell. Which I just like that they built a lore tablet. Like, nobody's ever going to pick that up now. They have to keep it there to justify that lore tablet. But, yeah, so K. Rool was at the very least punched so far by Donkey Kong in the full Bananza splendor that he apparently soared all the way across the world over the archipelago to where he dropped the All Mine remote finally over the Ingot Isle Cave-In, and then went who knows where. Left up in the air, literally, Shades of Evil Acorn, maybe they'll team up.
I'm really glad you made this same connection, because I had a dedicated part in my notes. I titled it From Hemisphere to Cremisphere.
You know, we don't know where K. Rool's going to wind up. Obviously, he's going to come back. Obviously, you know, at this point in the series, that's never going to be in question. I would hope never again. And I think that I like, you know, the best way to end it is to leave it up in the air, and, you know, K. Rool will land somewhere. Is he dead? For the character's purposes, maybe. For our sake, we know he will be back, probably within the very next Donkey Kong game. But it's just a nice little capper on his part of the story, which doesn't really matter anymore. But it still felt clearly. There's also one other detail I want to touch upon, and that is the fact that you can return to Bananza's prologue. You can go back to before the cave-in, that earliest bit of the game. If you go upwards as far back into the Ingot Isle Cave-In as you can go, there's a prospector monkey there, and it says, "Oh, DK, seeing you again reminds me of when we were mining on the surface. Weren't those the days 3 months ago or whatever? How about we reminisce just a little for old time's sake? And you can say, sure. And the Prospector Monkey's very excited. Says, all right, get ready to look back on the day that dirt pile came flying by. Close your eyes, okay? Once upon a time, we heard a rumor about these golden bananas. And then the game segues back into the prologue. And yeah, you can replay it, which is kind of fun. I did it once. It just this part of the game that would have been closed off forever unless you start a new file. But they do give you the option through this very fun framing device that they would then later use when the DLC launched with Squawks in Racing Layer. Hey, remember Donkey Kong Island? Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. But yeah, it's very, very cool. And then you come out of the fantasy and the Prospector Monkey says, you were really caught up in my stories about the wild old days. And I just such a great touch. It's just so fun. It's the kind of fan-wanky bullshit that I would think of had this game not provided it. It's like, well, clearly what's happening here is Donkey Kong is remembering that prologue. But the game does it for you. You don't need to do that. You don't need to tax your brain.
Yeah, this is shades of Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie XBLA, where they're referencing nuts and bolts, and I don't know how much this is intentionally suggested within those ports. I have not played them, but the DK Vine explanation was that it's log having them relive their adventures.
Mm-hmm. And our explanation for Conker Live and Reloaded is that it's Conker reflecting on his bad fur day several years later. Yeah. So, yeah, it's right up our alley, or right up our mining shaft in this case. And I love it. And then, of course, in the Planet Core, you go back there, jumping ahead a little bit. You can also choose to fight K. Rool again, which I guess is just framed as... it's not as explicit, but it's, it can be hand-waved away there, just like this, or the Squawks bit in Racing Layer before you beat the game as a trip down memory lane, a trip down the New Dog City alleyways.
Well, my read on the K. Rool rematch was actually the closer comparison point to the log.
Oh, Banandium Root.
So yeah, the Banandium Root is recreating the scenario.
That would make more sense when you have a literal godlike figure right there. You don't need to use imagination so much. So sure.
Although, not to jump ahead a little, but we do have a confirmed instance of a seeming, physical challenge actually being a dreamscape. So the Banandium Root could be accomplishing it that way as well.
Yeah, the power of Bananergy can make all things possible. If you can harness it, that is.
The weird thing about both this flashback and the K. Rool one is neither of them include the entire thing. When I talked to this Prospector Monkey, I was excited to see that cutscene with the Crocoid again. And I wanted to look around Ingot Isle in that initial state, see if there were any details that I could now appreciate knowing how the game ended. But when you say the prologue, it does end at the prologue at Sublayer 1. It does not go through Sublayer 10.
Right.
Through the more involved part of that sequence. And with K. Rool, you do not get to refight core K. Rool. It starts off with the K. Reddits and Banandium Root Tower.
Mm-hmm.
I get it slightly more in K. Rool's case because K. Rool King Abroad is just a more difficult version of the core K. Rool fight. So if you're wanting to refight K. Rool, then probably you are craving the more involved version. In both cases, especially the Ingot Isle one, it's weird. I wish, this is kind of messy, but they could provide an option. Well, do you want to skip to the good stuff, or do you want to replay the whole thing? They could have that as an extra option in the menu.
For Ingot Isle, it makes sense to me to get to replay the prologue and just that, because that is a bespoke original area, whereas the Cave-In the cave-in is the terrain you're exploring in the world itself, and it's not really like conditionally it can change, but it's not really that different. And like a lot of boss fights, you can't just replay them, boss rush notwithstanding. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But hey, just Andre, I know we have the entirety of the post game to discuss beyond just the Ingot Isle Cave-In. I did not expect the Ingot Isle Cave-In to be beset with such meticulous details and Doom and RoboCop discussion. I did not. Took me off guard, and I'm usually on guard. So, why don't we turn this into a two-parter? Because I feel like the rest of the underground world and all the various changes that have befallen it within the 3 months between the end of Bananza's main story, the climax, and the beginning of the post-game, I feel like that will just warrant its own extensive deep dive. I don't want to rush. I don't want to battle rush. I don't want to boss rush. I don't want to episode rush over any of it. And there's still plenty to discuss. I mean, the changes to Lagoon Layer alone. You know how many getaway commentaries there are in Lagoon Layer? To speak nothing of the Blusterwings reappearance in Tempest Layer, or all of the various DJing skills I showed off in Groove Layer. And we have to get into the whole Pauline debate. I mean, we're going to get into the Pauline debate. What does that clothing in the Planicore signify? So, tune in next week for part 2 of the post-game chat. But how about we reminisce just a little for old time's sake? I mean, a lot of what we were experiencing with this initial area were things we were familiar with. If any of us watched the Nintendo Treehouse event the day after Bananza was revealed, we saw a lot of this. Not all of it, but we saw a lot of this. This has existed in some form from the demos that have been floating around. We knew a lot of this, and that being said, there was a lot that surprised me. There was a lot that, even experiencing it for the first time in the proper context of playing the game, felt incredibly rewarding, including the intro, including the, stage setting, if you will, of when we see Ingot Isle and Baboom Town before it actually collapses into the earth. And, it starts with that, I guess title card of Far Off the Shores of DK Island. And you're just like, oh my God, like, we're doing it. It's time. And I love how the game starts just picking up in the middle of the action. Like, this isn't a game that really needs this long story at the very beginning. Like, yes, we get that in bits and pieces, but you are picking up right when Donkey Kong's in the middle of something. Like,
yeah, it throws you right into it.
Yeah, he's starting something that's not the actual adventure he's going to go on, but it's kind of like if we started DKC 3 with Donkey and Diddy doing some sort of vacation activity, and we have to experience that vacation activity for a while, like going ziplining or something, and then
playing a little beach volleyball.
Yeah, and you have to play the beach volleyball for 20 minutes before you actually have to then, pick up with Dixie Kong. It felt like that, which I appreciated, because it's like, what is Donkey Kong doing? Well, he's getting in on the Banandium gem rush that is happening on Ingot Isle. And yeah, like, this whole first tunnel, I got dumped into it, and you break the wall and there's Donkey Kong in his miner gear, and it started and I heard the music, and I don't know. I'm still not sure if it's a remix or just deliberately evocative of Life in the Mines from the original Donkey Kong Country. But whatever it was, I immediately teared up upon hearing it.
It's great. I didn't really notice. I'd have to go back and listen again. I think I was just so... It's one of those things where you just... It doesn't really sink in right away.
Yeah.
You know, because you're playing a brand new Donkey Kong game and just taking in how it looks, how it plays, how it sounds. It's a lot.
I've talked a little bit about how I have trailer blindness, where whenever I see a trailer for something that is up my alley, like a new Donkey Kong game, I'm actually having trouble perceiving what I'm seeing or
right.
Like what is actually trying to be conveyed to me, so I don't pick up on details or even really obvious things. So I have that problem with trailers, but I think with games, I immediately start absorbing everything. Like I'm dialed in a different way. And maybe it's just that expectation is like, I'm ready for this. So I was just gobbling up every little detail that I could. And yeah, I just stood in that tunnel with that Bananium gem in the distance, but I was just listening to the music and I was having this emotional reaction where it really did set in that, holy shit, I am playing a new Donkey Kong game. And it is a Donkey Kong game because they are aping Life in the Mines right now. It is
no way you just said aping.
I said it. I was trying to think of a different word, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna lean into it. Whatever.
I'm just gonna go for it.
I'm gonna go ape. I'm gonna go bananas. I'm gonna get barreled over by Donkey Kong Bananza.
That's too much. That's too many of them.
Full transparency, I did play Super Mario Odyssey in the week before Bananza. Now, I only got through the Metro Kingdom before I ran out of time, but I think that's a fitting point to, step off for a bit. And I wanted to do an Odyssey episode before Bananza came out, but unfortunately I was under the weather in the days beforehand, so it just wasn't in the cards. I will do an episode about Odyssey at some point this season, maybe after I'm done with Bananza, where I can compare and contrast the two. But it was an education playing Odyssey because it did prepare me in some ways for the things Bananza does, even how it rolls out the game to you. And I think Bananza does it way better than Odyssey did.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So Bananza does a lot of things where it kind of slow walks you into the game. And you get a lot of prompts. You get a lot of button prompts, controller prompts, action prompts. Hey, do this to do that. And can I just say, though, the font that this game uses, which we've already discussed, it was Cameron who sussed out that it was Adlib is the font choice, which has a long history with the Donkey Kong series from Rare onward. They would use this in instruction manuals, promotional materials for the Donkey Kong Country series, and that's interesting. I love this font so much. I'm so glad they picked it just because it feels so much like a Donkey Kong font. It's such a good font too, because it's clear and concise, but it's fun at the same time.
That feels like something that you think about it and it's like it has to be a coincidence, but it feels so coincidental that it has to be planned. Yeah.
What I will say is a coincidence is when Retro used the Jungle Fever font for Tropical Freeze, which was a font DK Vine had been using for a few years up to that point. That was a coincidence. They weren't actually saying, hey, let's use the DK Vine font. It's a font that is supposed to be evocative of jungles, and that's how we both stumbled upon it. But this might be deliberate because they might have been looking for something that would work. Obviously, you don't want to use the fucking Jumpman font.
Right.
And, what's fun, what says Donkey Kong, while still being a legible, proper font. And I think they found a perfect one.
I agree. You know what, Hyle? I think I agree. knowing it's a font that has had history with Donkey Kong, not that that suddenly makes it, better or worse or anything, but it does make it a little more special.
And I'm not ashamed to admit this. I pallet towned the initial area. When I say the initial area, I'm not talking about post Cave-In. I'm not talking about the actual Sublayer 10, the Ingot Isle Cave-In. I'm talking about the area before you get to it. I'm talking about the tunnels beforehand. I spent over 4 hours in this bit alone.
That's a long time for a tunnel.
It's called tantric sex. It's one of my favorite ways to make love. You just do it for hours. You stay in that tunnel and you don't leave.
This sucks. This is. Let's try again.
No, I have talked about the extremely aggravating way I played Pokemon back in the day, where I didn't leave the grasses outside of Pallet Town for months. I leveled up my Squirtle and then Wartortle and then Blastoise. Just walked around fighting the, various wild Pokemon that attack you, the two that attack you in that area.
Yeah.
And
Various is being very lenient.
And yeah, like Pokemon fans like Mitchell Wolf get so pissed off when I talk about this. But I didn't spend the full 4 hours in this initial tunnel. It was the tunnels. I timed it from when I started to when I actually got to the cinematic scene of Voidco, like pushing Baboom Town down into the Earth's crust. I timed it, and yeah, it was over 4 hours from when I actually started the game to when I got to this point. But
you know what, Hyle? There's no wrong way to enjoy a game. Whatever brings you happiness, you gotta stick to that. The way you play Pokemon is wrong, though.
Well, that's why I'm not a Pokemon influencer who would get a review copy of this game. I'm the Donkey Kong guy who doesn't get a review copy of the Donkey Kong game.
Right, yeah. If you were a Pokemon website, you would be laughed out of this industry.
I know.
Or maybe it'd be respected. Maybe people would be like, you know what? That's dedication.
Well, I am dedicated to playing Donkey Kong. Like I said, this is the first new standalone Donkey Kong game after 11 years. I was going to take my time, but it also got me used to the controls. It got me acquainted with how to play this game. And thankfully, I had watched the Treehouse videos. I have seen so much in the way of footage and screenshots. So I was acclimated to what you can do as far as interacting with the terrain and turf and breaking apart everything, all those wonderful voxels. I was prepared for it, but I wasn't prepared for it. I knew what you could do, but I didn't know how to implement it. I didn't know how that would exactly feel. And that was a learning curve. Like going into my experience with 3D platformers prior to this, even Odyssey, but speaking more truthfully, games like Donkey Kong 64 and the Banjo-Kazooie series, and then jumping into this, there was a shift, getting used to how you play Bonanza versus how you play a more traditional 3D platformer. The punching, the digging, the smashing, the tearing. How are we feeling about that, Dustin?
I like it. I think it's very satisfying. I mean, I feel like a lot of my time playing has just been digging, exploring, wasting time.
Wasting time. It's so good to waste time in this game.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It took some time for me to feel comfortable doing this. In that initial tunnel, obviously I started smashing things, and you can't really move without smashing things in this game. You're going to bust shit up even when you land from just the smallest bit of height.
Yeah.
And that helps because it helps train your brain that, hey, this is okay. You're supposed to play the game like this. It's a game that's all about, as Kotaku said, breaking rocks, right?
Yeah, it's true. That's, maybe not the most exciting way to sell the game, but it is true.
Well, they actually said punching rocks, so, I mean, that's a little bit more exciting. But, yeah, I, of course, am a nature lover, and the thing about hiking, the thing about actually being out in the wilderness is you're supposed to leave no trace. No evidence that you were there. You're not supposed to have any impact on your surroundings. So this is the complete antithetical philosophy playing Donkey Kong Bananza. And so it was like, oh my God, look at this beautiful cave. Smash, tear, rip, crush.
Ain't a beautiful cave no more.
Oh, yeah. And of course, I also have that fear of boundary breaking, that right. Ingrained phobia from being a child and being afraid of going off screen, going beyond the flagpole, going just beyond the horizon where you're not supposed to go, where monsters lurk. And so, I'm like, oh God, what am I going to see? What scary thing is going to be behind this wall?
Is it going to be like a big worm?
Yeah, from Grabbed by the Ghoulies.
No, those things explode. The
ew. Final ghoulie you encounter are the exploding worms.
What a grand finale for ghoulies.
I know, my worm exploded. That's what we call a climax.
That's funny. That's funny stuff.
So I was taking it slow just because I'm like, is this okay? And I, of course, I want to play the game properly, and I don't want to keep digging and accidentally find the warp to the last boss or whatever. Who knows what Nintendo's going to be hiding in there? I don't know their MO. I don't know what they're thinking at this point in the game. So I'm going slow. I'm breaking things, but this is also a great way to learn the ropes effectively. This is
for sure.
I mean, okay. How many of you at home learned you could remap the buttons, and how many of you immediately remap the buttons so you could jump with the traditional jump button?
I did, but I will say I tried both, and neither one felt wrong or bad. I just went with this because I was, a little more used to it. But I was debating on it. I was like, which one should I do? Both of them seem fine for this.
I was going to say, I tried to do it the way the game just lays it out for you at first. And I was like, nope, that feels wrong. And I went in and it gives you the option. It does give you the option. And so I switched it, and then everything felt silky smooth. Yeah,
for sure. Hyle, you've played Odyssey more recently than I did. Is B jump in Odyssey? I assume so.
B and A can cause you to jump.
Right. So you can use either or.
And I actually looked into this a bit because like I said, I got through the Metro Kingdom, and I didn't 100% complete the Metro Kingdom, though, because of that damn jump rope. The jump rope where you can get a power moon if you do the jump rope 100 jumps. And, after 50 jumps, it just speeds up so fast. And I was like, all right, what's the trick here? So I did look it up online, and I saw a lot of people being snide about oh, you use B to jump? Okay, boomer. And
how about you just let people enjoy the game how they want?
Yeah, so I don't know if just the button layout is an artifact of older games or whatever, and the youth don't use that button to jump, but I don't know. I prefer it.
Yeah, it's just what I like. I don't see how that has to be a crime.
But yeah, jumping, like it all felt good once I got the hang of it and digging and everything. But the cave-in that does happen then once you actually get to Sublayer 10 and the game's plot actually starts progressing, the cave-in that happens where Donkey Kong is trapped initially does also really do a great job of sort of making you get comfortable with the camera and how you're going to feel when you're in like complete terrain, when you are closed in on nearly all sides. It's a very claustrophobic feeling, and that feeling of panic that it elicits deep inside of you, I think it's supposed to be how you feel when the cave-in happens. Like, oh my god, I can't breathe. Donkey Kong can't breathe. Oh my god, we're suffocating. And that's a feeling you might have throughout Donkey Kong Bananza, but you have to get used to it, and you can't have that feeling of panic at all times. But at this moment, it's appropriate. So it's kind of a genius way to really get you used to the like tunnel vision camera.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the camera kind of bothered me. Like, it took a little getting used to. I don't think it's like a perfect camera. I'm really, really enjoying this game, but I have a few small, teeny tiny, not that important nitpicks, and the camera situationally it acts a little wonky, a little funky at points, but I think it's understandable given, it's usually points where you're like surrounded by terrain.
Mm-hmm. Where the camera gets funky, for me, is when you get to this small open area, but it's so small the camera doesn't have room to swing around. So you're almost in a first-person view, and you can't really get a good bearing on like where you're at or what you're seeing. That's the only time the camera really hiccups. And I've noticed that by the time I get to the first proper world, and no spoilers, but that's when like utilizing everything in the game makes available to you really starts clicking, and you really get a good sense of how to implement everything. And certain things aren't made available to you in this training area. So like you can't rely on everything that you can in proper gameplay. So like I think the camera is great. There are some issues that I don't see how they could avoid given what the game is and how different it is from other 3D platformers. But
it makes sense.
For me, like, there's never going to be a perfect camera in a 3D game. There's always going to be one moment where you're like, what's happening? But I think Bananza is very smooth and elegant in, like I said, everything it does make available to you so you can get your bearings, so you can know where you're going or where you need to go. It all really works well, and I shouldn't be surprised because it's Nintendo, and Nintendo doesn't make mistakes like this, but it's still kind of surprising for me because of how different Bananza is, and how, I mean, just different from Odyssey, but I will say it's revolutionary in the things it's doing, and I think it harmonizes everything beautifully, so you, the player, never feel entirely put out.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. It just feels nice.
And that's why I'm also glad I spent over 4 hours even before I got to Baboon Town. I was just like soaking in everything and also learning how Donkey Kong moves. And here's another thing that didn't even register with me during the entire hype cycle for Bananza, and is honestly the biggest game changer for me in how I perceive 3D Donkey Kong going forward.
Ooh,
this is the most brilliant thing that they stumbled upon, how to make a 3D Donkey Kong game different from 3D Mario. And it honestly pisses me off that I never thought about this beforehand. The fact that Donkey Kong automatically climbs the walls for most surfaces.
It's so good. Like, Hyle, you never played Breath of the Wild, I assume.
What the fuck is Breath of the Wild?
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're like that. So Zelda, but in that game, Link can climb the walls, and it's the slowest, most sluggish thing. I think it single-handedly puts me off of wanting to replay it. But here, DK's lightning fast climbing on the walls. It's perfect. It never feels bad to climb around.
He's an ape, and
yeah.
The thing about Donkey Kong is he's a gorilla, and, you know, he's not as quick or nimble as your Diddies or your Dixies or your Tinies, or even Lanky. You know, like Lanky is an orangutan, but orangutans are generally more nimble than gorillas. But Donkey Kong...
Well, especially Lanky, he has the orang stand.
Yes, but Donkey Kong is agile. And I feel like the climbing, the jumping, he's as agile as he needs to be, where it feels great, but it doesn't like take away from Donkey Kong's essential gorilla-ness, you know?
Yeah.
And
yeah, I totally agree.
Like, yeah, automatically climbing the walls in a 3D platformer really makes a Donkey Kong 3D platformer gel for me in a way that, yeah, I'm pissed that I never thought about this as a possibility. And of course, I watched footage. I saw Donkey Kong climbing on shit in the footage, but I never really put together, like, oh, that's just going to be a thing that you do automatically.
Right. Yeah. And it's a big part of the game, too. You're always climbing on things, climbing around.
Yeah. And once you get the hang of that, no pun intended, once you realize that that's part of the gameplay and it's designed around that, it's like, oh, wait, how do I get over there? Oh, I can climb. Idiot.
Silly me. Yeah, no, I've been there quite a few times. Same exact deal. I'll be like, oh, what's over there? I guess I got to find a way to get over there or up there somewhere. And then it's just so easy to just like climb up exactly where you are and just get to it.
That's also why the game's whole conceit of the underground world, of going like inside the planet versus having these lush open environments, like it makes it work for this style of gameplay. Because yeah, I mean, if this was just out in the open of Donkey Kong Island or whatever, you would have big canyons or whatever, and then you would have like rocks that Donkey Kong couldn't climb, and that's how you would have boundaries. But it just allows for so many narrative conceits to facilitate the gameplay in this. It's perfect.
Totally.
Oh my god.
Very smart.
And yeah, like Donkey Kong, the control, the movements, the animation, it's so spot on. And the way Donkey Kong is animated, and actually getting to control him and actually be Donkey Kong, the new design works so well for this.
For sure.
And again, this will never be my Donkey Kong design. This will never be my favorite. My favorite will always be that janky-ass 1994, ACM model of Donkey Kong with the big sausage fingers. That will be my Donkey Kong. But I recognize it's not durable. I recognize that you can't maybe do as much with it, or it won't look right in all contexts. I do disavow the idea that it was bad, or that, for what they were going for, it was somehow flawed. But playing Donkey Kong's new design in this game and actually experiencing it firsthand, I have fallen in love with it. And the great thing is, I still see so much of the Kev Bayless Donkey Kong in this. This isn't just DK94 grafted on to, our Donkey Kong. This is still my guy. I still see my guy in this.
Yeah, we talked about it on the episode about it, but it does kind of confuse me when people say they got rid of like all of the rareness to his design, because it's still the same guy, just being interpreted in a different way, which is it's taking elements from all of the designs he's had, but it's not so wildly redesigned from the Rare thing that it feels wrong.
Yeah. And he has different emotions and reactions where he still feels like, or still looks like the DKC Donkey Kong, but then he goes into other modes as well. And I just really
He's just able to do more.
Yeah. And, you know, he's a goof sometimes, but he's also, this is my thing, okay? And you saw it a lot in this opening area. Donkey Kong is kind in this.
Yeah.
He can be kind. He, you know, is asked to help and he gives the thumbs up. He's like, yeah, all right, I got you. And this is a Donkey Kong who doesn't have a villainous bone in his body. This is a Donkey Kong who can be a little selfish, can be a little self-absorbed at times, focused on his own wants and needs, but he will do the right thing. And I think that is true to the character. And I think that's been the biggest point of contention in Donkey Kong interpretations post-buyout is, okay, is Donkey Kong going to be a stand-up dude or is he going to be a piece of shit?
Yeah, it is wild that he could vary so wildly between them at one point in time.
And, you know, this is a game that Diddy Kong, he's not partnered with Donkey Kong in it. So the Regal theorem, as I call it, the Donkey Kong can never be portrayed villainous if he's with Diddy or Dixie, you know, because he's the role model, because he is the one they're emulating, and they are never portrayed in a villainous light, so Donkey Kong can't be a bad guy in this. And he is not a bad guy in this at all. There's no toothy grin jackass element going on at all. He is just our guy. He is our, you know, slightly selfish but ultimately virtuous hero.
And I think that makes him a very relatable hero. That's how everyone is, or should be. Like, you know, some people are just assholes, but, you know, I think in general people are good-ish. I like to believe it anyway.
Here's the thing,
you know, they have selfish desires.
When you are so beaten down by your day-to-day existence and you're getting groceries, for example, and you're just ready to leave because you had to endure the grocery store. So you load up your car.
You had to endure the grocery store.
It's the worst. It's the worst. All those carts and look, I have a phobia when it comes to the grocery store. I had to go yesterday and I was spent afterwards. But
do you want to know my least favorite thing about going to the grocery store?
What's that?
And it happens literally every single time. I'll be there for like one thing, and I'll get to where that thing is, and there'll be someone just standing right in front of it for minutes.
Yeah, somebody was doing that the other day with Gushers in the fruit snack aisle. And it was a mom and her child. And I was like the grown-ass man wanting a box of Gushers. And so what I did was, instead of just waiting there like, excuse me, it's time for the grown-ups to get the Gushers, I wandered up the aisle pretending like I was looking for something else. And then I waited until they walked away. And then I came back and put the Gushers in my cart.
Yep, that's me every time.
Yep. Anyway, my point being about doing the right thing is you're frazzled, you're beaten down, you just want to go home, but then you see somebody left their cart just out in the parking lot, and you're like, should I go put it away? Should I go put it away in the little corral, the little shopping cart corral, rather than leave it where it might hit somebody's car or, you know, an employee has to put it back? Like, this isn't my cart, but why won't I just do the right thing here? And so you have to like kind of get over your like, I just want to get home. I just want to, like, no, I'm going to put this shopping cart away. That's what Donkey Kong is. He'll weigh that for a bit, but ultimately he will put the shopping cart away.
Yeah. You know what? That's a good way to show his character, I think.
Yeah, when we get the Donkey Kong Country shopping simulator on mobile next year, it's just bananas. It's just banana. You just go to the produce section and you just fill your cart with bananas. It's kind of a terrible game, honestly.
Right, but you can bet we'll be playing it for hours and hours.
Right, we're gonna have 10 episodes on it. Each one for every type of banana. We got the regular bananas, we got the organic bananas, we got those red bananas, we have the plantains, we have the banana chips.
And you can believe I paid the $50 for the deluxe banana package.
Oh, of course. Anyway, yeah, Donkey Kong is just great in this, and it's just such a relief because for years now, weighing what an EPD developed Donkey Kong game would be like, there was the fear, that they're going to interpret him in a way I'm not going to like. I'm not going to approve of as somebody who fell in love with the gentle, good-hearted beach bum mentor of Rare's games.
Yeah.
And no, he's my guy. He's still here. But, but the whole, getting used to the controls and getting used to how Donkey Kong moves, it really, I think, this is maybe one of the best introductory areas in any 3D platformer.
It's really good.
Ever. Because it does just enough of hand-holding, but it also allows you to explore. It also allows you to discover things, but things that aren't consequential. Like, you're not in risk of missing anything. Like, you didn't get that collectible in that first area? Well, you lost your chance.
You're so fucked.
Yeah, none of that. And that was my fear. That's also why I was partially taking my time, is I didn't want to miss anything. But no, I mean, there are 3 Banandium gems in this area. You have to get them to progress. And there's nothing that you, there's stuff you can visually miss, but there's nothing that you, will forever lose out on if you just zoom through it.
Yeah, for sure. Although I wonder, will the story not progress if you don't get the Banandium gems in this part?
No, it won't, because I think it guides you. I'm pretty sure it guides. I've only played it once, granted, so I can't say I'm the expert on this.
Well,
but
I think at least the very first one you can just totally walk past and just not get.
Well, I haven't done a scientific experiment file where I'm like, wonder what happens if you just go through the wall here and you just keep going. I'm sure, maybe, I don't know, maybe some prospector monkey would be like, hey, Donkey Kong, what the fuck are you doing? Go
get the banana, you idiot.
Yeah.
You asshead.
I did feel a little bit bad, though. These monkeys were digging all this up, and you would just, grab the banana.
Take everything.
You grab the Banandium gem, you grab the gold, you grab the chips in front of them, and you're like, oh, you were working hard for this? Sorry.
Yeah, he's been digging for it for the past 2 years, and then you come in and get the last chip off of it and take it.
I mean, they always have dialogue that's well, to the victor go the spoils. Oh, you got me good there.
But you can tell they're pissed off. As soon as you leave, they're going to be like, fuck that guy. They're
all a little starstruck, though. They're all like, oh my god, Donkey
Kong.
I did enjoy how there's this degree of Donkey Kong normalcy in the starting area compared to later in the game, where Donkey Kong, this is still within his realm, if you will. This is still Ingot Isle is still within the territories of Donkey Kong Country, and the monkeys know who Donkey Kong is, but also just barrels and mine carts look a little bit more traditional here.
Yeah.
There's not really this sense of alien otherworldliness yet.
Yeah, you don't have a shovel comes to life and it's made out of fruit or something with eyes.
I don't know why I was just thinking of Banjo-Tooie there. I don't know. That sounds like something...
I was thinking of the shovels from Glitter Gulch Mine.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was thinking Glitter Gulch Mine there. But yeah, like we've seen so many mines in the DKU. That's the thing. And so, like, what can they do differently with Ingot Isle? And I think they nailed it. Like, there's so many little lovely tributes to Donkey Kong in this mine, from the arcades, obviously, with all the girders, but then you've got the Donkey Kong Country, like, mine tributes. You've got a little bit of, like maybe a little bit of retro, but I mean, that's still riffing on what Rare did. So it just feels very much like it grounds you, it roots you in the world of Donkey Kong, and then it makes what comes after feel still tonally in tune with, like, it's not like Jungle Beat, where Jungle Beat, and again, love Jungle Beat. Jungle Beat's a great game, but Jungle Beat really got off on the wrong foot because it just dumped Donkey Kong in a strange environment that just felt completely different compared to everything he had done before. I mean, yeah, jungles and you know, like, natural environments are there, but it was still so much was different, and so much was new, and so much of it was avoiding what came before, where I think Donkey Kong Bonanza does just enough to make you, any returning Donkey Kong fans out there, feel like this is a continuation.
Right, you're not so out of place here. Yeah. Just immediately.
It's just like, oh, Ingot Isle is another location that we have never been to before, but it's still part of the same world. It's still got the same vibe.
Yeah, it's not like from the get-go, look at all this crazy shit.
Right. And I also love how it does reward exploration here, even if it doesn't have anything substantive in the way of collectibles. Like, there are no fossils in this initial area. Is all just, you know, gold and Banandium chips and the 3 Banandium gems. But, like, for example, there's the little viewing area outside the tunnels, and you can talk to a prospector monkey who's just like, oh, this is my little private getaway. This is where I like to just be alone. Hi.
I love these guys.
The prospector monkeys. So for months now, my Switch profile icon has been Bazaar Bear from off of Donkey Kong Country 3. Before that, it was Diddy and Dixie from DKC 2. But I was like, holy shit, a Brothers Bear profile icon. You know I'm going to be rocking that hard. I'm going to wear that sucker out. And when they rolled out Wave 1 of Bonanza profile icons this past Wednesday night, I was like, I should probably pick a Bonanza icon, at least for the time being. As much as I love Bazaar Bear, you know, I should embrace the new while it is new, you know? And I was like, which one? And I picked the Prospector Monkey, and I'm glad I did, because I love these guys.
Yeah, me too. I've said it before, I just like there being, like, little guys around DK's world. Just like normal, average Joe characters to talk to.
It's one aspect of the Super Mario Brothers movie that makes me appreciative that they did derail the plot in service of building up Donkey Kong, because that really sold me on the idea that Nintendo is going to embrace the idea of Kongs being a civilization and not just this family, you know, like,
yeah,
Kongs are all the residents and denizens of DK Island and the surrounding archipelago. And, you know, we saw a little bit of that in Jungle Beat, sure, but the party monkeys / helper monkeys / capuchins, they always felt a little underbaked. I love their design, but they were just there without much explanation. And
yeah, and given the game Jungle Beat is, I think that makes sense.
Yes,
but
yes.
Yeah, if you compare them to the Prospector monkeys, you're obviously going to get more of what you're looking for with these guys.
Because nearly every prospector monkey has fun dialogue, fun,
Yeah.
Just ancillary on the side, little musings they have, both before and after Donkey Kong wrecks some shit. So just engaging with all of them was another reason I luxuriated in this area. I bathed in it like a nice, soothing bubble bath with salts and herbal scents.
Yeah. I think I get what you mean.
I bathed with a tub full of monkeys is what I'm saying, Dustin.
See, you just had to come right out and say it. Now I get it. Now you painted a picture I can really connect with.
These monkeys needed a bath, though. I mean, they're all filthy.
They're very dirty.
They're very, very dirty. So you eventually progress enough. You get out to where the Bananium gem is on... It's another overlook, but it's different from the one the prospector monkey was hiding on. And, I love that you can take in the area. You can see Baboom Town, which is the proper girder neon thing that we've been calling Ingot Isle all this time, but it's properly Baboom Town. And the you see surrounding mountains and forest and the city in the distance, and then Voidco shows up. They push Baboom Town into the Earth's crust down to
what dicks,
what assholes, and you go down to Sublayer 10. Yep.
This has been a File 2 production.
¡Qué rico!